afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. What will this week bring? Most definitely, I would say, a wave 1 at least for 4.8. Some really big changes as well. Not all of them I completely understand or know how they're going to impact everything. I guess that stuff we'll have to sort of find out as we go along. 07. But yeah, item recovery just for vehicle loadouts. Just weapons, components, nothing else. Massive changes there. And not just for vehicle loadouts, but all the other systems that it impacts. We'll talk about it briefly. And catch up. And then we'll jump in, because today, the SMBOrg, we're doing a kind of introductory to ship combat training. I need to practice. I'm not that good, so it'll be good to kind of learn the basics and just improve on what I can now to get as good as I can now while we, are facing off against various foe in the verse. But then, of course, as we start seeing the new flight mechanics and changes, which I don't even know when that's coming, to be honest. It could be... I'm hoping it's a this year thing. Might be a little later on, though. But as we see those come along, we will certainly have to relearn certain things, I would think. But it's good to get some practice in now. Anyway, FDBST, how you doing? Good morning. JJ Sandman, Alaskan, Sinister, Dukestar, Arbiter, Alver, Alcatraz, Shield, 07. Had a lovely weekend, thank you. Did you? And then over on Twitch, Deacon, firstly, with the resub, thank you, my friend. Sandman, Soldner, Deacon, Jones, Shadow Strike, Berry, Jerry the Berry, Sizen, Lance, Rift, Marcon, City Gamer, Asnog, Bear Normal, Trino, Peanut, 70 stream streak Peanut, Flipping Heck, Binks, Clem, Mickle, Joshua, Dendra, Avacraft, G-Sharp, Facemaker, Chris, Deeds, Shenanigans, Zol, Calpin, Coffee. You almost blended into Sandman's name there, being the same colour for me. 07. And welcome. Cromwell. 07. So yeah, quite a lot of very important changes. Only 894 to go till you get to 1,000. Counting them down. It won't be long. Right, let me just check my notes. I've just put out the video that covers the latest PTU with the changes to the loadout stuff. Pros and cons. Most of the cons are just sort of temporary stuff. Some of them are just, to stop duping. Malachor, Ehawk, 07. Thank you for the tier 2, by the way, Sam, and I actually forgot to mention that. Much appreciated. We will have emotes soon. I've contacted Twitch. I've applied for the free bot subscription. We're just waiting to hear back from them, basically. But I guess over the weekend, they're not there. I don't know. Let my good heart will be known over the land. For Ryan, I even stopped Legs by ZZ Top. Oh, you should let it finish, to be fair. You should let it play out. I like Tush. That's a good song. Yeah, so... Oops. The latest Evocati build... There's a lot of changes with... they've brought out the first testing of item recovery vehicle loadout. As I say, it is just... And I don't think we're getting anywhere beyond this in 4.8 in terms of what will be tracked with item recovery. I think it is just going to be ship or vehicle loadouts to begin with. So your ship weapons, your ship components, that is it. Now, the benefit of all this is that it is using this refactored entitlement service and the extension of their item imprint system, which they have been working on for a while now. They've been talking about it and how important it is and how much of a priority it is that, items in our ships and things that we loot and whatnot don't just go missing. Oh, yes, happy birthday, Soldner. Is it today? Is it a bit loud? Happy birthday, mate. That is crazy. Are you going to be... you didn't manage to check out the Javelin, then? Araxius, how you doing? Flood, welcome. Yes. As much as on the surface level, you know, like in our hands, there are a lot of changes to it. Some of them good, some of them bad. Just mostly depending on the fact that we're in item, you know, tier 1 item recovery, not tier 2 yet. There are some restrictions there and some differences. But ultimately, under the hood, it is majorly important that this system comes in, as it'll extend to everything, and that will stop anything that we own, be that real money or bought in game, earned in game, to not disappear and to persist and so forth. So it is important, but I suppose one of the temporary cons is that with tier 1 items can be bricked, so there's not really going to be any more salvaging or scavenging ship components for your own use. For, you know, the really good stuff. Like you find an XL1, we ain't going to be able to scavenge it and put it in our own ship anymore. Which is a big shame, but just like we saw with things like tier 0 for characters, there was pros and cons with that, because basically people can wear what they want without it going missing, but we can't loot it anymore. So we're in the same boat now, but with vehicle stuff a little further ahead. The only downside is we can't use them. And then we just have to wait for tier 2. So it's, you know, pros and cons. John, thank you so much for sending me your Prime sub, my friend. How are you doing? And thank you for the follow as well. Beers and party, please. How are you today? Yes, I have seen and heard about the ships like the Javelin and whatnot being left in the build. No, it was not intentional at all. I would expect they would remove that as soon as possible, likely for tonight's build. They're missing certain bits about it, but yeah, there's no way they intended to leave them in. That would have been accidental, based on maybe crossovers of like squadron builds, and not squadron builds, but you know, like certain ships, things just accidentally being left in the file. Nexus, how you doing? Well, tier 2 item recovery, Jept. So tier 0 is not being able to loot. Tier 1 is where we're coming up now, where they're bricked but you can't unbrick them. Tier 2 is where we can unbrick. There is no tier 3 step for item recovery. It's 0, 1, and 2. Calpin, thank you so much for the 40-month resub. Little party players. And Mithras with the cheer. Thank you as always, my friend. Welcome. Now, when it comes to saving your loadout, no longer are we going to be using our MobiGlass to do this. So you can go into the VMA, the Vehicle Manager app. You can mess around with it all before you sort of bring that vehicle up. You can do it physically, but in order to save that ship and its loadout, if you've changed anything, you need to go to the ASOP terminal and stamp the sort of snapshot, as they've temporarily called it, which will then basically save that exact loadout. If you then go and take something off and swap it over again, you'll have to click that button again, otherwise it won't recognize it. Which is kind of cool. It kind of allows us to keep that. I mean, obviously, it would be great if we didn't have to do that and it would just automatically store it, but it's more for like insurance purposes, I would say, is a way of looking at it. Flood, speaking of Squadron, did you see the leak that potential Squadron game packages were spotted readying for Invictus launch week? Wouldn't surprise me, since Squadron is now listed on the store page, even though it's just a reroute. They're certainly gearing up for something, and I don't know when it's going to happen. It's getting so much more obvious that this is the year for Squadron, but when is it going to happen is very much the big question. It could be as early as May. I wouldn't be surprised if it is mid-year, to kind of just, get in there before GTA and not get sort of swallowed by all the limelight. Catalin, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, as always. Thank you so much for the support. Not gift subs, gift memberships. They had to call it something different over on YouTube, didn't they? Just to keep us confused. Thank you so much, Beers and Party over there. There should be a cost to salvaging and using items. Probably something like repair cost to refurbish a component may be coming. Well, yeah, when we... It really depends on the unbricking of an item. What is that involved with? Is it to do with crafting? Is it to do with some sort of insurance claim? We don't know yet exactly how it's going to function, but that's where it's going to. We are just in a temporary sort of stopgap now. Thankfully, it's advanced from tier 0 to tier 1. We will have to wait for it to get to tier 2 now, whenever that will happen. But obviously, I don't think we're going to get to tier 2 until everything is, encompassed by this new system, which means player items as well, character items. How is Canada today? Yes, I'm doing great, thank you, John. You're only 2 weeks into Star Citizen, but you already live off-grid in your Clipper. I love it. How are you finding it then? You're loving it. Is it challenging? What's your plan at the moment? Happy to hear that. Summer Games Fest, you think? Could be. They will want to do a proper announcement. Yeah, there's obviously, like, with this whole information about Invictus Launch Week being at Sol this year, there's some reason behind that, right? Defense Con is the big thing. Obviously, there's a lot of Drake ships, but they've got to be holding something back for a purpose there. Highway, how you do? Yeah, exclamation cult, you're one of us now, John. Player-based market. No news on it yet, but I suppose the closest step forwards we've heard of is in the most recent monthly report, where they are now moving on to the social refactor. Transport refactor is coming out with 4.8. The team who worked on that will be going on to the social refactor, which is 3 or 4 different things, starting with the MobiGlass app for the social stuff, then that'll come first. Hopefully it'll all come at once, but that'll, as we know, that'll come first, or as we've been told. Then we will see the party system get revamped, and then it's the org stuff. Somewhere in between that, I would like to think the player market and the ability to trade between each other would sort of come along. That would be nice. But thank you for the hype train level 3. Was it level 3? I think it was. Thank you very much, guys. Or level 1. But yeah, I don't really know when we're going to see this stuff come along. But they are, stepping into it now. For ships, there is also the difference between unbricking and ownership deep transfer. One you can do legally, and the other one counts with council reputation. Yeah, there's certain weird stuff going in this latest build. Max Skiddy, how you doing? Nice to see you. Are you well? So, well, firstly, consumables are now, like ammo and missiles, torpedoes. They won't be coming back on your claim ship. I think they did this a while ago, and then they sort of changed it, didn't they? Because it was expensive. But they don't count as your default reclaim, or, new reclaim of previous, previous stuff. Your good components, like if you've upgraded them. So you will have to, if you're gonna, this is gonna be a good way of stopping duping, and also people who, I know some of you do it. They might be at a cave mining and they want to get back home quick, so they just kill themselves, respawn with everything, leave their ships at the cave, go and reclaim their ship. It'll kind of stop, it'll discourage that, because if you're having to pay out for your ordnance all the time, it can get quite expensive. Smaller ships, not so much, but bigger ships, definitely. Now, the thing that it goes on to say about the storing your local ships, there is a limit on how many ships can be stored locally within the hangar storage. I don't know what that limit is, but you won't be able to claim every ship to be available to you in each location. You can probably spread around and claim them in other places, like go up to the spaceport and go to Lawville instead of New Babbage. But also, bricked ships will not be automatically removed from a hangar storage, allowing you to call them up on the hangar to retrieve any cargo that was within. You can also scrap ships to remove them from your hangar, and scrap ships will then be able to be claimed back later. But it's all getting quite confusing. I think, as I've said in the video, this means you could probably tow certain ships back to your hangar, drop them in your hangar, and then lower them, and pull them back up again when you want to salvage them. I'm hoping it also means that we will be able to, if you find like a bricked ship, I'm hoping, and I don't think this is going to be the case, but I really hope that we can swap out, say, the components and get it flying again. I doubt that's the case. I'll say why in a second. But it kind of gives me the impression that that could be a thing, where you can bring it back and use a different ship that you found that's been, you know, abandoned. But where it says... it just says that the ship will be completely... Where does it say it? Hang on. So it says... After a period of time... So there's a grace period of 5... Let's say someone claims their ship on insurance. There's a sort of a 5-minute grace period, which can be changed. They're not sure on that yet. Where it will remain active and operational. And then after that time... it'll just be bricked. And it says, after that period, the item or vehicle is non-functional. So to me, it kind of says, even if you swap out the components, you still won't be able to fly it. But I don't know if that's what it's saying. If you swap out for, you know, your power plant and cooler, maybe you could still use it. But either way, you should be able to tow ships back, dead ships, back to your hangar, store them if you want to salvage them later. So you could fly around in your SRV, you could bring back a load of different ships, store them in your hangar, you know, ones that you can pull, and then bring them up to salvage. I'm hoping we can take things like missiles and ordnance from them, even though the components themselves will be bricked. But I don't know. Yeah, loaning. I mean, the good thing is, we're getting to a place where we are actually able to store ships that we don't own in our hangars, which, as you say, APOC, being able to loan them to other people is great. People can use them and pull them up and down as and when they want to. I don't know how that will work with the ATC, but technically it sounds like it's going to be possible. Jen Singer, how you doing? You've been back to Star Citizen after a break of almost 3 years, and I have been enjoying it very much for the last 3 to 4 weeks. I have mainly looked into industrial gameplay, but I would like to dive harder into PvE, PvP dogfighting. I am a mouse and keyboard player, and will probably stick to that for now. Do you have any tips for a good start into that world? I know there are a lot of YouTube guides. I would say... so there was a video I watched recently. I can't remember what the name was, but it was just a sort of introductory to combat and dogfighting. The difficulty right now is there's going to be a lot of changes to combat. Flight changes themselves, how, you know, getting rid of the master mode style thing, Maelstrom. There's a lot of changes coming, which hopefully will start coming this year. And techniques and, you know, methods will certainly change, but there is stuff to learn now that will be beneficial. But the problem is I don't want to delve too deep. I mean, I'm going to do a bit more now because it's beneficial of the org for me to do so now, but I don't want to go too deep in learning all the numbers and things because they will change. So my advice is start with either Arena Commander and just getting, you know, to grips with free flight, training yourself in decoupled mode and practicing that. Then going into kind of like an Arena Commander Vanduul mode or Pirate Swarm. Probably Pirate Swarm's a bit more challenging. And then delve into maybe the PvP side of the dogfighting PvP modes in Arena Commander. But the ship's damage is very different in one to the other. So I would say maybe step into the whole bounty hunting and hunting for criminals to get more of a lesson in that. But yeah, there's a lot to learn, but there's also a lot changing. And because we don't know specifically what will change and how that will impact all the different techniques that we could learn and hone our skills, as we saw when Master Modes came, certain people who were really good at dogfighting, like the best of the best, things changed, even just slight stat changes, and the techniques that they had trained time and time again became inapplicable. Inapplicable? And so, you know, rattles were thrown out of the pram and so forth. Don't be those guys. Practice what you can now to get as good as you can right now, but don't hold on to anything until we know exactly what is final in terms of, you know, how it's going to work. Yo, Deeg, how you doing? Yes, Javelin will come for Squadron's launch. Grim, how you doing? Thank you, Kathleen. Jay, welcome. Can you craft with materials you bought trading? You can, but they're all under like 500 quality, which means you're not going to see a benefit in your crafted item stats. You're probably going to see more of a negative or a base. No, not a negative. You're going to see a baseline. 500 is the baseline of quality for stats. Anything above 500, you'll see a little bit of an increase. Anything below, you'll see a decrease. All items and components all materials you buy are all 500. So you don't see any benefits there. That name Thor, how you doing? Mod, welcome. Trash Bandicoot, welcome. Oh, 7 guys. And yes, it's coming to 4.8 as we're in regards to the vehicle loadout stuff. Missiles are counted as consumables, so I doubt they will get bricked. Yeah, they shouldn't, which means, especially now that you're going to have to pay for them and you don't get them back on ship claim, as part of our org, finding and retrieving, or not even just retrieving, but scavenging ordnance is going to be back on the cards big time for us to use. You've arrived halfway through that topic. Did you cover the change where the default claim button will no longer give you back the custom loadout you had instead of giving stock, and you have to save and claim loadouts using a snapshot? Yes. Yeah, we mentioned that. So yeah, I'll mention it again. We have 2 different versions of claiming. You have the default one, which I believe is free at this time, is it? Or just a basic pay? I can't remember. Which is basically your ship with all of its standard default components and weapons, not including ordnance or countermeasures. And then you will have the option for a snapshot claim. So basically, if you've customized your ship with different components and weapons, you hit the snapshot on the HSOP terminal. It'll then take a snapshot of what is that ship exactly with components and stuff, and then it'll give you that back at a significantly higher cost. I didn't mention that. Duel, how you doing? Sun Devil, welcome. They said the Javelin comes post. Oh, that's right, yes. The new Idris. Sorry, the Javelin doesn't come with Squadron 42's launch. The new Idris. That's where I got confused, because we already have the Idris, but it's not the new one. The current standard, or the new standard Idris that is in Squadron that we don't have right now. We have an old version. That's coming with the launch of Squadron. Sometime after Squadron's release, the Javelin will come. Thank you, Jim. The latest Evo build snapshot is now called Insured. Oh, okay. Well, they must have changed that literally during the same Evo build, because we've only had the one, haven't we, since that went up? Squadron Ren Rakona, no idea, mate. Johnny, how you doing today? Good morning. Do you know, Sandman, I said that in my head exactly that way. Looks like ordnance is back on the menu, boys. As I was writing the patch notes, in my head I said the exact same thing. Jackal, welcome. Good morning, David. How you doing today? Did we get more info on whether bricked components can be dismantled? I don't know for certain because I haven't tried it, but from what I understand, they can be dismantled, but you don't get like, or maybe, I don't know. Has anyone actually tried dismantling a bricked component yet? For my question, the standard claim is free. The insured loadout claim replaces expedited claims and cost UEC based on the loadout being claimed. So it actually bases on what components you have. I wonder how that plays into the whole crafted, because there is some limitations right now in crafted components, which I believe is just temporary for this particular PTU build, and hopefully in a future PTU build it'll be working, or it could just mean, you know, not for 4.8. It says, for crafted items, they are still working to make crafted vehicle components persist through claims. And for this build, crafted items will just come back in their default state on the next claim. So it sounds to me like they're still intending for 4.8 live, for example. Hopefully an earlier PTU build will test this. But you'll be able to craft an item, a component, put it on your ship, claim it back on insurance, and get back that exact item with the stats, rather than it being, you know, a default item, or rather than waiting for 4.8.1, 0.2, 4.9. But until we get 100% confirmation, I don't know. ManBearPig, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Do these changes allude to missile production coming, or are we going to be hammered with resupply builds? Well, no, you make a good point. I don't know when. I don't know if 4.8 is bringing the ability to craft missiles and torpedoes. From my understanding, it's not, because they haven't mentioned that. Just components, weapons, ship weapons, mining lasers, salvaging lasers, tractor beams. I mean, there's a lot coming for 4.8 blueprints, but nothing has been mentioned about ordnance. Yes, we will be able to craft it, and I suspect that will be a big part of how we go about doing it, economically wise, versus buying them. But scavenging them would also be a very good way of doing it. And I don't know about waiting times. I know in the past they've increased waiting times, they've increased the amount it costs to reclaim ships, but back then there was a lot of problems and bugs, and people were just getting irate because, you know, a bug would happen and you'd have to pay an extortionate amount of money to get your ship back and wait a long time, and understandably that doesn't really work in an early build like that. Hopefully we don't see those issues this time as much, where people, you know, accidentally some bug happens and you lose your Polaris and then you've got like millions to spend. Yeah, 14 million. So, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if a build soon comes with the ability to craft missiles. Have you found a vulture at Zephyr? Yo, Frosetti, how you doing? But some great changes, but also they carry a bit of, you know, negative impacts here and there, but the negative impacts are generally either temporary until we get the next stage, or intentional to discourage certain gameplay type, like, you know, respawning and whatnot, and making us want to look after our ships. That's something they're going to be driving a lot as the game gets more and more solid and stable, is the intent to look after our characters and our ships rather than respawning or claiming them. There's going to be more punishment involved in doing that versus just getting them fixed up again, or, you know, getting a lift. I started playing a couple of months again, since a couple of months, and I must say, thanks to having such an amazing org, Saturday was the first time I really had some talk on Discord and playing together. That's wonderful, FD. Happy to hear that, mate. We have a great bunch of people in the org. And it's just, it really, you know, aside from the solo stuff that I enjoy, it really adds to the overall experience massively having multi-crew. It's just such great banter. What's stopping people from doing trading missions? Taking the goods and scamming people in mineral trades? What do you mean scamming people in mineral trades? Right now, I mean, there aren't any, like, trading missions, but right now, as an org, we trade amongst ourselves hugely. We have a whole Idris, don't we, where we set up stores and we sell to each other, or trade to each other, so people can already do that. We don't necessarily need a big old trading mechanic to do that right now, but obviously there's a lot of things that need to be handled, like scamming, which player trades will happen. Misty, how you doing? Oh, 7. I'm personally going to steal components of salvage mission ships and dismantle them for the supplies to hopefully make another gun. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's still going to be viable to take bricked components and weapons and sell them. Dismantle them. Eventually, we will be able to sell them as well. It does mention that somewhere. Let me just have a look. So, bricked items... salvage. Items can be salvaged. Sorry, you can salvage ships, you can scrape them and scrap them, but for the current release, selling and salvaging vehicle modules, it says, which I assume they just mean components and weapons, will be disabled. So again, is this for this particular patch? Is this for 4.8 in its entirety? Is it, you know, just for this, you know, who knows? I don't know when that's coming in, but eventually we will be able to sell these items, but maybe that's post tier 2 where we can actually unbrick them. The Polaris buyable in game, is it not already? That's a shame. Can you imagine how much money it would bring if they came out with a blueprint for crafting missiles and torpedoes? Well, they will. They absolutely will. And it's going to be a 100% viable way of keeping costs down. Like, I, as part of the org, we have a lot of vehicles. As you know, if you've ever taken part or watched our stuff, you will know that we use a lot of ordnance from time to time. And being able to, like, as part of the org 4.8, we will want people out there scavenging these things to bring back so that we can stock our ships. Even the basic Polaris ones, not the fancy ones, the basic ones, we will want those as well, because, I mean, ideally we'll have the better ones, but even the basic ones, you're going to need them. Yeah, rep rating system for player trading. There's a lot they need for player trading to be user-friendly, I suppose, without people scamming and causing problems. But right now, between us, we do trade well. And the beacon system. Do you know, actually, last night I tried doing a refueling mission. I don't know why, because they're not actually for player testing. They're not for testing feedback yet. But I brought up a Starfarer, which I assume is just a loaner for the PTU. There was a mission where I had to go to a location to refuel, I assume a constellation, because upon arriving at the location, the marker didn't update to tell me where the ship was that I needed to refuel. But as I flew around and scanned a bit, I came across a player constellation. No, sorry, an NPC constellation. But it wouldn't interact, like the mission failed, which makes sense because it's not for player testing yet, or for feedback. But it was kind of cool to see that mission pop up where if you own a Starfarer, and soon the new Starlight, we will be able to refuel ships. So that's going to be cool, giving purpose to refueling ships, and hopefully it'll be more economically viable to do that for our own fleet rather than just going back and getting filled up. Caveman, how you doing? Well, yeah, we will have player-owned trade terminals. Not just that. Essentially, there will be internet shopping via your MobiGlass, where a player could set up a shop, a physical shop, planet side, wherever, layer 2, whatever, and they can then advertise their wares. I assume you'll have the choice, either locally only for people to come in and have a look, or on the Spectrum, and people will be able to go, whatever the shopping app will be called, and they'll be able to browse. And they could be in a completely different area of the verse. They could buy something from your shop, and then you could have that shipped out to them, which would generate a mission to then transport that to the person. So it's all planned and part of the whole entirety of player trading. But I guess it will come in stages, and I suppose player, base building might even be a bit of a requirement there before they really start honing in on the player trading stuff. But we do need like face-to-face trading and being able to hand items to each other in an escrow to do that, I guess. Yum. Ugh. As long as salvage contracts come with no bricked components, I'm happy. I don't know about that. They could, but I don't. I mean, you may get some better components from NPC ships via those missions. But I'm hoping that, and assuming that even bricked items from player-owned, disregarded ships can be used in the salvage profession where you can hand them in. I don't know, because I've not tried it, but I'm hoping that would be the case. Sure thing, David. Have a great day, my friend. Catch you next time. Not sure why, if it is a game bug, but career delivery missions were not showing up. And yeah, I had the same issue, actually. When I first jumped in, when 472 went live, I couldn't see them. And then the next day I jumped in and they were there. I'm surprised they're taking so long to roll out, but yeah, that's weird. Radium, how you doing? Have you done any missions, like hauling missions, in between that, Misty? Because it could be that maybe triggered them. I want a literal tow truck with a hook and everything but thrusters where wheels would be, and a chubby gun with a well-worn hat and a toothpick in your mouth and telling you, there's your problem. Yeah, that would be cool. Welcome, Astro, giving it a knock and a bang. Raytheon, 07. Did you hear that there is going to be 2 GATAC ships? I heard something about GATAC. there's been sort of a leaked layout, hasn't there, of DefenseCon. There are so many ships potentially releasing. Thing is, a lot of them aren't likely releasing now. They might be the external, they might be a hologram. From what I understand, there isn't any Gattac ships releasing at DefenseCon. I think there's a Kruger, there's the Starlight, there's the new Aegis ship, there's the Ironclad, there's the the command module. I feel like there's more as well that I've missed off. Oh, was it from the Drake CEO? I know that, but there has been a leaked layout. Or was that actually part of the video? Owned, how you do? Anyway, I'm going to jump in because, as I say, we have somewhat of a combat, flight combat thing going on today. Oh, it was also in the video, was it? So yeah, there's definitely a lot that they're talking about, but I don't think all of them are going to be flight ready yet. Oh, they just cleaned it up on the lead one. Fair enough. But there's some exciting things coming. I mean, the Ironclad, for one, I am so excited to see. I'm looking forward to seeing the Starlight. I don't know. I'm assuming it's just going to be a smaller version of the Starfarer. Would make sense with a name like Starlight. And, oh yeah, the Pitbull. The Pitbull. There's another one that could be flyable. Man, there's so many vehicles. To be fair, we haven't had a lot released recently, have we? It's not like every patch we're getting new vehicles. What's going on here? Why am I in a login queue? That's weird. The exterior of the Kraken. I can't imagine so, just because where are they going to put it? I mean, I know they've got, like, didn't they have a display for it, don't they? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, I'm thinking of the Ironclad. Yeah, I can't imagine they would have anywhere to put it. What's going on here? Let's just crash it, start afresh. That's not going to completely stop me from getting in, is it, Apoc? That's right. Kraken for next year's Invictus launch week. That's what we heard. That's when they're selling it. So next year, Invictus launch week is when we'll see the Kraken. I don't imagine we'll see like an exterior version of it, because the problem is it's so big, you can't really put it anywhere to do that. Oh my lord, hopefully not persistent. I'm sure I had this the other day, in fact. Yeah, there we go. We're all right. I had that pop up the other day, and then I just got in fine. All right, I'll wait for you guys to send me an invite. The Starlight turns out to be an Exodus version of the Ares. Well, yeah. Now, to me, it's kind of a clear, Star Lancer, Starlight, like a light refueler, like a medium refueler rather than the Starlight, the Starfarer heavy one. That's my expectation. But all I hope is that refueling in 4.8 has a genuine purpose. Even though it'll be cool to get updated systems and missions for it, I really hope that we actually have a genuine purpose to bringing a refueling ship with us. And maybe changes to ranges to have it so that the world feels a bit bigger. Squeeze it on the Arc Corps skyscraper. What, lengthways? Like vertically? That would be kind of fun. Oh yeah. I would think we're not going to be waiting too long maybe for the Ironclad. Although we are still waiting for it to go to Wave 1. They generally don't put them in PTU patches, do they? These new ships. Which video was it? Was it the... That was the Procedural Planets one that they showed off a few years back. Victura, how you doing? Welcome. What ship should I bring for this? I'm thinking my Wolf, L21, ballistic one. It's either that, the Guardian, which probably won't fit very well in the, what you call it, Idris, or my Avenger. Thinking Wolf. Oh, there's my Avenger, look. What's it doing down there? Don't know about either of them. Let me just store that while we're doing it. We'll just let that lower first before I press anything else, just in case. Solek, how you doing? They need to put the new ships in for testing, or they will have the same... I know. I wish they would. Especially something as big as the Ironclad. There's so much that can go wrong with a ship like that. I really wish they would push these ships out into the PTU for testing. I know it kind of kills the hype in some regard, but I think it also builds it more so. People getting to see a little snippet of it and then being like, yes, I want to try it. You're stuck, Jason. What do you mean? What, you're stuck? You got 19k? What skin do I have for this? I think I have the matte black one. No, that's not it. Yes. Wolf Riftwalker. Very nice. And I'll stick with this basic build. This is a bug, Alcatraz. It's just... I can get rid of it by going up in the elevator, but there's no point, because we'll be taking off soon. And it's not bad music, to be fair. Could be a lot worse. What's the name of that outfit you like so much, APOC? So I think I want to wear that. The pilot suit. Nah, that's it. Placeholder. Gonna go with this. Maybe a pistol. Actually, yeah, I'll go with a pistol. And then I'll just take some medical stabby pens. Are they here or are they in something else? Let's get rid of that. Oh no, they're not here. Okay, it must be in that then. Oh yeah. Alright, I think we're good. That'll do. The Sol 3, that's it. Yeah, I completely agree. I think they should stick these things in PTU for testing. Not just for my own benefit of, you know, content creation, but for more for just testing it and getting the bugs sorted. Since the Wolf came out and they started just dropping these new vehicles with the launch of the patch, they all come out problem and buggy, like the Moth, the Wolf. What else was there? Now this is why I love Star Citizen. Look at that ship, look at this outfit. Oh, beautiful. Oh, is Sol 3 actually what Earth is called? Interesting. Or its actual name. I think they test the Perseus. I could be wrong. Oh, sorry. Are we coming to your hangar first? Good point. Third rock from the sun. Yeah, good point. I never connected those two. Oh, boy. Sorry. Got a briefing to do first. That was a good series. Cannot wait for the Hermes to come out to buy in-game. Really want that ship. Should be out in-game in 4.8. Well, yeah, it should be. Technically based on their, you know, pushing things out quicker than they used to. Yeah, sorry, I'm on my way. I need some food and drink, actually. I'll have to get that from the Rev. Have we got food and drink on the Rev, Deacon? That's true. I mean, they could. The problem is, they put it into Evo. It doesn't really matter where they put it. It's gonna get leaked. Let me just go back to the lobby first, just to kind of get rid of the music. Otherwise, I ain't gonna be able to hear you. Yo, Phantom. Good food on the Rev. What will be classed as good food? There we go. Could be worse. It could be a really bad song. And I will join your Discord. But yeah, some really significant changes coming in 4.8, but until we test them, I don't know how they're going to feel or impact day-to-day life and so on. Your flight suit has no pockets. I mean, technically, they're not supposed to, are they? That's something I haven't tested in 4.8 yet, is flight suits and all the changes to flight suits. There we go. Oh, I need to put on smooth motion. Bear with me. I forgot. I turned it off because I was doing some, what do you call it? VR stuff. Come on. Give me the flipping option. Let me just... Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oops, didn't mean to put that on. Yeah, we've moved to Orison for this test, just for the sake of the Idris having big problems. Yo, West Sage, how you doing? Man, it's good to see you. How you been? Solden, good afternoon. Man, when was the last time we spoke? It must have been years ago. All right, let me just join Discord. There we are.
Boss.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. How are we all doing? Are we all prepared?
Hello.
Quantum, how you doing? Oh, big lag spike. All right, let's get going. So, I'm sure APOC is the man with the plan. I don't think
Actually, it's Barry.
Oh, it was Barry the man with the plan. Excellent.
Yes.
Rightio. Yeah, I'll let you take it away, Barry, because you are the one that's been sorting this out. I am all ears. Frames. Come on, Frames.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the first on-stream Squadron training.
Nice.
To start off with, we're going to talk about some basics.
Jamie!
Then we're going
Yeti.
to all head up to Seraphim to set our spawn. Hopefully not crash Seraphim server. And then we're going to do some landing practice on the Idris, doing touch and goes.
Okay.
After that, we're going to go and do some PvE missions for the time being. I will go ahead and say this. Everything about dogfighting is subject to change as we get everything going on in the atmosphere, everything.
Neverton.
But when it comes to basics of dogfighting, there's 5 things to remember, in my opinion, and I know a few others have agreed with me. The first and most important thing is knowing your own ship. If you know your ship, you can know what it can do, what weapons, how maneuverable it is, its strengths and weaknesses. If you can know that, it's going to fail you a lot less often.
True.
Second, know what's around you. If you have asteroids, the ground, anything like that, those are very big things to watch out for, as well as enemy ships. You will oftentimes collide with enemy ships unpredictably, and you just got to get back up and make sure you're paying attention to what's going on. Friendly ships as well. If you need backup, hopefully you have those friendly ships with you.
And you don't crash into them, yeah.
The third thing I want to say for basics is know your target. If you take the time to learn what your enemy is, say you're in a heavy fighter versus you're fighting a light fighter, you should be able to know how your ship should fight against that. Which me and Solner will be doing a demonstration later. Ryan, I am going to, after you land your wolf on the Idris, I will actually be picking you up in the Scorpius to do a quick demonstration.
Oh, nice, okay. Yo, Arnold, good morning.
After that, after knowing your target, know what it can do. Then, number 4, and probably one of the other more important ones, don't lose sight of your target. That's really big. Don't lose sight, don't lose lock. If you don't do that, you have a better chance of winning. Use, like, the beam eye tracker, the track IR, the
TOBII,
or even VR. You can use all of those to help keep sight on your target. Granted, not everybody has access to those, so trying to keep lock is your best ally in that. And lastly, but also not least, don't fight alone. If at all possible, just bring allies. It can't hurt.
Yeah, definitely. 2 against 1 is always a better odds.
But like I said, those are the 5 things that I think are big to remember. Know your ship, know what's around you, know your target, don't lose sight of your target, and don't fight alone. Alright, so we're going to grab our fighters, except for those who wish to stay on the Revenant.
Thank you for the 8 months, mate.
For those of you who do, you will be manning guns during the PvE part. Other than that, just sit back and enjoy the show of us trying to land on the Idris.
That will be fun.
Getting eaten.
Jay!
Yes, the Revenant is very hungry, so try not to feed it too much.
She'll get fat.
Yes. So after we do some landing practice, me and Soldner will do the demonstration of what I think is probably the 2 main types of dogfighting you will see in Star Citizen. So, yeah. Let's go.
Nice.
Or nice birdie.
Lovely job. Right, let's get all sorted out. We're up to Seraphim first, is I think what you said, wasn't it, Barry? Yeah.
Don't forget to set your spawn.
Yes, those on the Idris, make sure you set your spawn here.
All right, I'll hop channels for 2 minutes. So, yeah, we're going to see how this goes and try and do a bit of testing with this. It's the first of hopefully quite a few of these flight combat tests and practices leading up to the what do you call it, the tactical strike groups. So we have people who are capable of flying. I mean, the majority of people, not the majority, but a lot of people in the org who are part of the Squadron division.
Can you set your spawn at Seraphim instead?
Yeah, I will do, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I think it's all. A lot of them are very capable already. And it's a lot of just teaching others who are interested, like myself, but also trying to get into other best practices. Like, if we can, in most of our... Like, I've noticed a lot of our org battles, we all just kind of go and just shoot anyone we see. Which is... It's not easy to sort of designate people right now because of limitations in communications, but it would be cool to be able to have different, like, buddy systems again in flight, where you've got two pilots in two separate ships flying together, designating targets together and going after them, so that there's majority of the time it's a 2 versus 1 fight, right? It kind of makes it a bit more... The chances are more on your side, and it also allows for distracting while one of you attacks and then swapping over when the other person attacks. Verpine, thank you for the 78 months. Much appreciated. Isn't bad. So, yeah, there's a lot to be done there, a lot to learn. And as the game develops further with all these combat changes, we will continue to get better. And I just want to get as good as I can, and I want to right now, with the way the game is in terms of dogfighting. Because there's a lot that I think will be beneficial for me now, because I often jump in a fighter ship to try and help defend the fleet, and I'm not that good. There's a lot of information I don't know, like what ships are actually good against what size targets and armors. There's certain things that have changed that I've just not kept up with. So that sort of stuff will be useful to learn. I don't know who's... Oh, I think that was Astro Birdie. She's the... I don't know what she does. She helps out on board the Idris, I believe, doing, like, turrets and things. But everyone can do whatever they like, you know? They've got turret gunners. Not everyone wants to fly combat ships. So they have the opportunity to be on board the Idris and help out on there and so forth. So, yeah, it's... I mean, the Idris requires quite a lot of people to run. So there's always jobs to be done. Yes, Ace, exactly. I feel the same way. There is so much to learn. It can be quite overwhelming because there's so much to learn. But that's why it's good to kind of get cracking now. There's a lot of depth. There's going to be a lot more depth as time goes on as well. So, yeah. Well, I would say Squadron isn't really going to be the best for dogfighting practice. Anything PvE is not your best friend for dogfighting, because there is always going to be a big gap in terms of ability from the best player to the best NPC. My ship's despawned. So really the best dogfighting practice is something like Arena Commander, although there is a lot of variation between what happens in the PU and, you know, Arena Commander. Your best bet is just to fight in PvP in the PU. There's no better substitute for it. But there are levels, of course, to these things, so making sure that you are at each level going up without being put off is important. For starters, you know, free flight is always a good one to get into, just to kind of practice maneuvering in decoupled mode and being able to circular...
Leaving hangar now. Also, hello.
Hello, Nexus. How you doing?
Good.
Thank you, sir. I'll just get in my ship and then I'll be flying up soon. So yeah, there's a lot...
Outside.
Thank you, sir. There's that to learn. Firstly, just handling your ship. And as Berry said, one of the main things you can learn is your own ship. It's, you know, how to use countermeasures, the weapons you have, what that's actually useful against, the missiles you have, the ranges that you can fight at, the different power pips and how to allocate those, the strengths and weaknesses in your ship's maneuverability. Some ships are better at rolling and pitching, some are better at yawing, some are better at up strafe, side strafe, you know, forward, backward strafe. We're talking differences as well for each ship in atmosphere versus space, 6 degrees. There is a lot, right? So there's a lot to deal with. And then, as Barry says, know your opponent. The more you know about another ship, the more you know how to take it on. You know its strengths and weaknesses. You know the ranges that you can fight it at. There's the turning rate of its turrets and so forth. There is so much to learn. And then you've got decoupled flight on top of that and handling that in space. And then, of course, there's going to be a lot of changes, which some of those will not be applicable anymore. Some of them will, some of them might be more enhanced, and so on. Carmlos, how do I go about joining an org like yours? I'm trying to get started with something. I bought the game a while back ago, but today I just bought the Praetorian. It's like, you know what? I think I'm ready to play Star Citizen. Let me get the Praetorian pack. As Sandman has outlined there, join our org. Once you get, you won't be able to take part in today's org because we are actively in it now. But then join Discord. Get verification once you have been accepted into the org. And yeah, then keep an eye on our Discord events list to see what is happening when. And then just join in. I need to practice with my decoupled mode, but I have gotten pretty good with the L22 Alpha right now. Now I have to learn to dogfight in it. Yeah, absolutely. Viking, how you doing? That's the thing. You know, there's a lot to learn. And actually, when you sit in your ship for the first time, don't just take off. I did, because I don't want to waste time and I want to get on board the Idris. But once I'm on the Idris, I'm going to be messing with stuff. Alright, is the Revenant ready for me?
Yes, and APOC is trying something dangerous, so if you want to see an explosion, go check.
Alright, on my way. Nice. Yeah, there's jumping in and then there's jumping in. Yo, Timberwolf, how you doing? Would like to see a whole brigade of Furies fly into battle. Absolutely. I'm excited to see what's going to happen when the Kraken comes along and we have those ways of, like, you know, filling those landing pads with certain things. But yeah, there's no better substitute for getting better at things like dogfighting than just practicing. The more hands-on experience you have, the better you will become. In theory. But yeah, what I need to do is set my decoys. Although, I think the minute you get in and out of your ship...
Stationary or good to land?
Fair goes up. Making my approach to the Idris, to the Rev. I think the minute you sit in the ship, it resets it. Or the minute you get out and in of the ship, it sort of resets it. Min Min, that's the one. I think that's the one I saw. That's a great... If you've got a link to it, send it out, because that's a really good one for just getting down to the basics and knowing what to think about when you engage. And what you're trying to do with all of these different basic fundamentals of dogfighting is make them muscle memory, so you can focus on the more harder stuff, the things that need to be thought about. You don't want to be thinking about hitting countermeasures or, you know, which angle to pull because your ship is better in that way. That should just be instinct, and that's what you're trying to train, is these instincts of just maneuverability, defense, offense. So then you don't have to think about it at all when the time comes. Outpost, how you doing? Any speculation on the new ship other than the Ironclad? Well, yeah, there's the Pitbull, there's a new Kruger ship, the 67, is it? Whew,
Hey,
there's a few.
we have an audience inside the Revenant waiting for IPOC to do a very stupid thing.
Oh, I need to land at Seraphim, don't I, first to set my spawn, but I'm watching.
Yeah, just notice the ship he's trying to land.
Is that the Herald?
Yes.
Will it fit?
APOC is sciencing.
Okay, that's a good time to science. Stingray, that's the one. See how this goes, and then I'll go and set my spawn.
His choice of ship. It's perfect.
Of course, already it's looking good. Those wings are way too wide. Oh, he doesn't fit. It's like a dog with a stick in its mouth trying to get through a gate. Oh, making it. Yeah, Trick Mick.
Son of a bitch did it.
Alright, I'm gonna go set my spawn. It is a big ball ache getting into Star Citizen when you're, you know, hooking up sticks and whatnot. It is one of the most annoying and time-consuming things. Thankfully, Benoit has said that they realise how difficult all that is. And they are looking, or one of his pet peeves is to look into making that less of a burden and, you know, make it more streamlined. So there is definitely things that they're going to do to improve that, but I just don't know when that's going to happen, unfortunately. Yo, Prism, how you doing? I'm having a lovely day, thank you, mate. Are you? For the sake of this first landing in the hangar and in the ship, I'm not going to go decoupled. I'm not going to run the risk. I'm just going to go coupled. It's funny as well, I'm so used to flying industrial ships, or, you know, ones that are not necessarily agile or quick, and then the minute you get into an actual fighter, man, the speed is so... You're so unaware of just any little input and how fast it can be. Alright, let me go set my spawn. I believe the Kruger Stingray is coming out. To be fair, we don't really know, do we? Until we actually get it in our hands, there's no way of properly knowing. Yo, Martel. Are you well? That rhymes. Lunatech, thank you for the follow. Coming from DCS and learning the F-14 and the F-4, it's absolutely beneficial to know the basics of real jet fighters. Yeah, and I think, in a way, Chris wants it to feel more like that kind of style. You know, the World War II style is kind of what he's... Dogfighting is what he surmises. But of course, we're using more like modern fighters. And in atmosphere, with a true aerodynamic flight system simulation, that's definitely going to be completely different to fighting in space, where you have all that freedom. So there's definitely things to learn basics-wise, so that, you know, as these mechanics change and whatnot, you're already there. Yo, Bolos, how you doing? Jonathan Winters, Kozuko, great sources for dogfighting tips. Thank you, sir. All right, have I gone the wrong way? Can't imagine it's in here. I went the wrong way. You feel like Gizmo with the lights. Bright lights, bright lights. Yo, Rill, that is the lamp. Light amplification or night vision for your ship. Ugh, it's here. Certain ships have it right now. Certain ones don't, but they will all eventually get it. Excuse me, coming through. Thank you, thank you. I need to get some food and drink as well when I get on board. So we're using this as our respawn point because if we die, we need to get our ships back. You train as well, Murray. You hope to see you guys up there in the burst and say hello in person or citizen person, actually. Yeah, absolutely. What I look forward to seeing as the verse becomes a bit more fleshed out with, you know, reputation and people playing for the fun of it rather than just, you know, I don't know, trying to just gain money, I guess. But it's seeing orgs fight, like working together to protect places, like the Stanton system, like how we set about trying to defend the citizens of Stanton, and I've seen other orgs doing the same thing. It's nice to have those. And I suppose more importantly, when we get the org updates for the social systems, where we can actually affiliate with people, that will be nice. The trick is, with some guidance, to jump into Arena Commander and fight people over and over again, from duels to scrims. But aren't the actual damage things...
Covenant is changing location to deep space, you have to jump to it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Isn't the difference in damage from Arena Commander to the PU different or represented differently? Because if that's the case, I do feel, I mean, I don't do a lot of this, so I'm not the word on it, but I do feel like if you're doing something in an environment where there is a lot of variation to the actual true PU, there would be bad habits learned. The time to kill is higher in the PU, but the PvP community is trying to reduce that for light fighters. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, obviously you've got the difficulty of respawning in the PU versus the the Arena Commander. So it's much quicker, isn't it, to respawn and get back into the action and keep fighting versus the PU. But I suppose there's trade-offs all around. I do like the Wolf. It is a beautiful ship. I guess we're all trying to jump. Where's he gone? That might be him. Yeah, that's the repetition in Arena Commander gives you a lot of practice quickly, doesn't it?
Quantum drive disengaged.
I come to the right place here. Kind of.
You're good. You're good to jump to the Revenant now.
Oh, okay. I already did. Oh, no. Oh, we're not far off. That's fine. Yes, as soon as I land in the Rev. Am I landing inside the Rev to then go somewhere else, or are we conducting our stuff here?
Yeah, we're doing the landing exercises first, so you're okay if you want to land and watch people kill each other.
Yeah, I'll come in and land, and then move my ship to the side, but then I need a drink anyway.
Copy that.
And we can watch others do it as well. I mean, I've had a lot of practice landing in the Rev anyway, so it's not like that needs to be done too much from my side.
Yep. You can stay there and judge people.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm looking forward to doing.
Yeah, I'll be there as well.
Where is the Rev? Is it over here? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay.
Shields active.
So am I supposed to be coming into land at a certain speed then?
Well, decoupled is the best way. So
Alright, decoupled it is. Alright, I'll try that then. Oh wait, where's my... Oh. Bear with me, it seems to have deactivated my ability to toggle decoupled mode for some reason. On my keybind.
So the criteria for today is smooth landing, landing gears down, touchdown up, landing gear up, and go out.
Okay, I see.
Of course, you can park at the side and go get a chair and drink and watch people die.
Yeah, I'll do that first. Well, actually, no, I'll have a quick go myself and then I'll pull to the side. Where's my decouple?
Okay.
Isn't it in here? Toggle... coupled... Ah, there it is. Oh. Alright, am I good to make an approach? Ooh, this is so bobbly.
Yep, you're first in line. Go ahead.
Oh, don't. Oh, shit. Oh, no. No, no, no. That didn't go well. Alright, I'm back into coupled. Alright, I'm in coupled. I can do this fine.
Yeah, you definitely don't need any practice, boss.
I need practice with decoupled, that's for sure. But not
By the
decoupled
way, your
mode.
ship is on fire. Land, land, land.
Yeah, balls.
Engine system disengaged.
Let me see if I've got a way of putting it out here. Hang on. I don't. Thank you!
You can see we anticipated fires today.
Yep. There's the Astro all on hand. Thank you, Astro. Alright, I'll take off and then try it again after someone else has been.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'll let them just finish off their job here. Yeah, I've been practicing a little bit of landing in decoupled in hangars. Not an Idris. I'm fine landing in an Idris like this, you know, in coupled mode, but not decoupled. That is a whole nother beast. Alright, let me just have one run in again, and then I'll land and put it to a side, and we can watch everyone else do it.
Copy that. You're good to go.
Oh shit, I don't think I need my ship fixing actually. Let me just put her in there and get out and fix it while I watch. Thrusters misfiring. There's some real weird movements going on. Josh is in the turret just to shoot us down. Make it even more interesting as we approach. Look at that Phantom straight in and out. Very smooth.
Landing gear deployed.
Just ask Deacon if I'm out of the way here.
Engine system disengaged.
Yeah, you're good.
Lovely. Alright, yeah. Lots of practice
Let's
needed
go
for
food and
decoupling.
water.
Yep, on my way. Here comes Bear. It's hard as decoupled because it's like there is just no. It's such a like it feels so weird. Oh, I feel like my ship might be in the way, you know. I can always park it outside an EVA in. Let me go get some.
Honestly, keep it in because we're anticipating people jumping while we have stuff on board for tactical strike group, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Extra challenge is good.
Yeah. Tempted to bite the bullet and switch, but switching to decoupled by default was the best decision you made. Yeah, I think it's like anything. The more you do it, the more you get used to it until it becomes second nature. And it's like, for me, I still like to use coupled for just general flight. Does something explode then? For just normal flight. But then at the same time, there's you know, as soon as I get into combat, I'm switching to decoupled to give me the the more control over my ship, basically. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it while it's moving. It's very sketchy when it's moving. That's empty. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong box, that's why.
FYI, Epoch died.
He died?
Yeah, he has like torpedo syndrome whenever he flies anything less than 100 meters.
What torpedo syndrome? Yo, hey Peter, how you doing? Coupled is the tool I use as the tool it is. Yeah. What happened, Epoch? I may have underestimated how fast the Herald accelerates. The Herald. That one didn't touch the sides. Good old bug. The minute you... Oh, no, it did. Oh, shit, there goes another one. Who was that? I need to get down and just help on the deck, I think. It is... Yeah, it's a seat with an engine strapped to it. That's exactly what it is.
It's fine.
Hey, this is why we're doing it. With a tractor beam and a fire extinguisher and tool and whatnot. Oh. Might need another fire extinguisher. I don't think there's any here. Let me go grab one from up here. But yeah, this sort of thing I think is just it's a lot of fun for us all to take part in. It's it helps us learn. We will get better. We all have to start somewhere. I mean, my first run was atrocious. What's this down here? So we're going to see a lot of crashing today. Let's just stick that there. Oh, that doesn't want to move. All right. You were going from front to back of the Idris to see who was next, and I tapped W before I go. She was like, whoomph. This is the thing, though, isn't it? It's like I was saying before, we need to get certain things as second nature. Just...
Torpedo.
Yeah. Just as sort of second nature in how we do things, so that we're aware of how things work. Without thinking about it. Very nice, very smooth. And touchdown, boink. And then back up and out. Very good. See, I tend to lower my throttle, my speed limiter, just to stop myself going crazy fast with all the different maneuvers, but it still happens. Yeah, I watched that one from Min Min. Really, really good episode. Really well shot, explained. I highly recommend watching that if you want to learn more about dogfighting. Decoupled is pretty much. Oh yeah, when you're flying. when you're flying to land in a moving Idris, decoupled is the only option. You can't do it if it's any other way. There's also an issue with the ramp on the Idris, which is a bug more than anything, where, especially if you've got your landing gear down when you come in, it sucks you in. And that makes it really, really difficult, because there's nothing you can do about that. It's not even, your fault. It's just a bug that causes the Idris to just go bump. Next! Yo, Killer, how you doing? At the moment, Killer, no. The flight suits don't have any impact, but yeah, 4.8 flight suits are going to be the first to retrieve the Starware stat changes. So differences in G-force resistance. Racing suits, the highest G-force resistances, but everything else is very much lower. And then it'll vary from there. Very smooth, Zero. Very smooth, mate. Like, this is sort of practice for the what do you call it, TSG, because we're going to be able to rearm, refuel, repair, and whatnot inside. Didn't want to go, Deacon. It's not moving. Inside the hangar of the Idris. So we're going to want to be coming in swiftly, pulling up to the front, getting sorted, taking off. So touching down, getting sorted, taking off, and going again. Yeah, did you notice as I was pulling into the Idris, there was a real sudden lag spike. It didn't affect me technically because it was too early. Yeah, Montec. Very nice. Boop. It doesn't look like suit lockers are going to work in 4.8, unfortunately, but yeah, it'll be I mean, such a quality of life update when that does finally come in, and really beneficial, for where we're at with now, with flight suits coming in and different suits having different purposes. You can't really just go in heavy armor, and everything is fine. You're not going to be able to fly as well. You're going to need to have benefits with G-force resistances, and being able to hot swap that stuff is going to be important. Rakona coming in nice and smooth. Oh, he's going to have a trouble. Are you getting that out of there, Josh? Because Rakona's going to really struggle getting out of there with that ship there. You might want to just pull that ship out, Josh, and hide it on the outside, because these ships are getting close. Yeah, I'm gonna move my Wolf out. I feel like it's just gonna keep blocking people. Stimo, how you doing? Thank you, Josh, for fixing it, by the way. Yo, Pickle Nick, probably around mid-May. All right, is Phantom coming in?
Engine system. Safe arrival achieved.
Okay, I think we've got a bit of time.
Successful.
Josh, turn your shields off, so just remember to turn them on before battle.
Josh. Oh, is he turned them off, he says?
Yep, so he can repair.
Yeah, no worries. I'll leave it as it is now, and I'll sort it out when I jump in. That's so cool. I think Phantom needs... We might need someone repairing out in the field, so take, like, EVAing and repairing people's ships, because we're going to see a few bits of damage coming along, aren't we? I suppose I can go and land and repair it, can't they?
Yeah, most of them are saving time or either going back to change their ships.
Yeah.
Can't repair that part. Missing the entire rear.
Good job. Yeah, we can just get it all fixed up in at Seraphim before we fight. Good job there, nice and smooth.
Is it time to tell people in the org that I'm scoring them?
What did I get? 3 out of 10? Less.
That's classified.
Very nice. Let's see how 4.8 is going to do. I had a quick lesson on crafting the other day and bought a fabricator just to try something out. Ooh, very nice. What did you craft? Here comes Brill. We're all watching Brill. Is he gonna do Brill? Whoop, whoop. It's when you sort of try and compensate when you go up and then you're sort of like, oh no, when you slam down like I did pinballing on my way in. That's the L22.
Doing this, you can notice people who fly coupled, decoupled sticks or mouse and keyboard. It shows.
Yeah, definitely. Yo, Storm, how you doing?
CIG, if you're listening, we need those hand signals back, please.
You don't need to fly decoupled all the time. That's probably the one thing that I disagree with. You don't have to. In dogfighting, it is definitely superior. In space flight, I would say it's probably superior as well. But in just day-to-day flight, I wouldn't say it's necessary. I think it's more beneficial just to sort of stick to coupled mode when you're just generally flying around. But yeah, anytime you enter combat, switch over. Swearing Tuba, how you doing? But there's nothing wrong with getting used to it, right? Figuring it out. The Sol 3 suit is what I'm wearing right now, which is a nice one. What helps with immersion? My suit. Yeah, there's plenty of benefits to having coupled and decoupled, but there's no denying that flying decoupled while you're fighting is much more... It gives you more freedom and more control. It's kind of like... And what we're going to see, in fact, one thing that we know is coming is all the safeties of our IFCS, being able to toggle them on and off as we deem fit. Oh, I think we're getting one munched by the ramp.
Oh God.
He's alright, he survived. Yeah, we're going to be able to, a bit like on a car, where you have all the different safeties, like traction control, braking assistance, and all this sort of stuff. We're going to have a similar thing in Star Citizen's flight, but you'll be able to toggle them on or off, depending on what you want. And essentially, you can turn all safeties off and have, I guess, an extreme, you know, a method of figuring it all out for yourself. Oh, it helps with immersion. Yeah, being in space. That's true. Abort! Solomon, how you doing? Nice to see you. And that's, yeah, a different, like a, how much coupled, I don't know how that would work though. Could they have like partially decoupled part? Well, I suppose you could have certain vectors coupled, certain vectors decoupled, but that, I mean, yeah, I don't know how that's going to play out. That sounds really confusing. Welcome back, APOC. I remember my first time landing on the Rev was in a Prospector, so I got a trial by fire on parking that for your first run. That's it. You know, at the end of the day, there is a lot to learn in this regard. Look at Soldner. Soldner's done this before. Very smooth. Bit early with that landing gear, though. Touching down. Yo, Edgar. I mean, I'm not concerned about getting pirate attention. It kind of gives us some... A lot of these guys and pilots, they like attention. They like to practice. And in most circumstances, when we do org events, we take a lot of security measures, be that our location or, you know, security on board and flying around to protect us. So, you know, we occasionally get attention either from the stream or not from the stream, and we deal with them as we would expect. But at the end of the day, we're in an Idris with, I don't know, 10, 12 fighters. If we do get attention, it will be interesting to see what happens. Not to say we're going to win every battle by any means, but we know how to bring a fight. Altitude hold could be a cool... Yeah! I do suspect we will see a lot of real-world atmospheric flight things. I don't know what else to call them, come along, where we have like readouts and dials and systems and whatnot. Very smooth tech. Very smooth. Yeah, me too, Volos. Something that I do occasionally when I can be bothered is practice in decoupled, especially around Arena Commander, as Min-Min's video states. Invite to Discord boss post is invalid. What do you mean? Where? You can't stand Clipper top speed? Why, how fast? Is it faster than most? What if two Idris come at us? Then we will rally up. We have gunners on board. The fighters will you know, engage and target turrets and whatnot. But it depends on who's in the actual... What the heck? That's a bit of rubber banding. Depending on how the Idris is occupied, we will engage with this Idris. The fighters will engage. We will probably bring in others to go and get missile boats and so forth, and a Polaris and whatnot. We're close by to stations that we can, you know, quickly deploy. But each situation is different. Yeah, we will certainly, like at the moment, we've had a lot of offers and invites from other orgs to practice stuff together, to work together, and at first when this first started happening, I was very much like, let's just, because we were quite early on in our own org growing and working and playing together, that I just wanted a bit more time for us to gel, for us to practice, for us to get used to each other and how we all work, and how as an org we function. But now we're at a point where I think it is kind of cool to get org v org battles, and I think a lot of the people involved in day-to-day org stuff and security and squadron division would absolutely be interested in that. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if after a few of these sorts of new combat lessons, whoa, Bear's just like gunning for it, that we might set up some of the org v org friendly fights, you know. But yeah, I think that's one of the best ways to really learn, is to pit each other against each other in terms of orgs. We have a few things that we want to try first, which is various things like this, structured training, free-form training, where, you know, we're a bit of PvE just to get used to sort of fleet maneuvers. I want to do a bit more training where we work together as fighter crew, you know, like wingmen, having like buddy systems where we're sort of training that, so not one pilot will be left on their own, and we will stick against, you know, at least two. We do have deck crew, yeah. We've got Josh, City, Astro, myself, Cyclo, Deacon. We're all here on board just in case. Already we've had a few people putting out fires on my ship as well. Oh boy. But no, our org does have a great response. We have a Discord where if anyone's getting attacked, they can post in Discord that, you know, that they need assistance. And we've had it, not every time because it depends on what time it happens and who's available, but we've had it where people have rallied together and just a whole fleet of us have gone out and brought it, which is very cool to see. Saviour, how you do? Welcome. It's the small ships, APOC. It's always the small ships. Yeah, same for FPS, Saviour. Absolutely, mate. This is why we haven't done anything Org v Org yet. It's because there's still certain things that I would like to just hone. But we will definitely do that at some point soon. We're sooner to that now. Thank you, Quantum. Yeah, I love Cornerstone. I know a few people from Cornerstone, including yourself, sir. So, yeah, it'll be cool to get that going. Off topic, but have you played around much with the MDCs? We did when they first came out. I don't know what state they're in right now. The trouble with the MDCs is that they don't seem to want to target the priority missiles, like incoming missiles and torpedoes. They tend to not. I don't know if that's still the case now, but they don't tend to target what you would expect it to, like an incoming missile or bomb or whatever, and it will target other things and vehicles. But I don't know the last time we tested them. You had an urge to try to get on your shard and come mess with you, fly in front of pilots on approach, fire warning shots, but I decided not to be a dick. Thank you, Tricknick. At the end of the day, you know, if people start doing that, we will fight them, of course, because we're trying to do something here, but I appreciate you not being a dick. It is nice to not be dicks to people. Flipping ex-Soldner. I wasn't ready for that. Nearly took our heads off. But, you know, people are free to do what they want. The game is open. We're in the PU. The org is the, for better use of the name, SMBOrg. SMBOrg. We're still working on that. Mason, how you doing? Yes, it won't come off. I can't take it out of here, which is annoying. And I don't know why. It's amazing how much the brick kit of the F8 looks like the F8. It's like you look at them and you think, oh, they look like, you know, Lego. But then you actually look at the ship in game and you think, flipping heck, it's very much like it. Boing, boing, boing. That was nice and smooth, Rakona. We are the Borg, yeah. Oh. Very good. Yeah, it's a shame we can't clear the decks, though. Resistance is futile. Yeah, we're working on how awesome the name is, and we're not putting it out there again, because flipping heck. Every time. Oh, my. Alaskan. I don't know about this. Yeah, they just buzzed the tower. It would be so much better if VoIP was working and we can just communicate between each other on the deck. That would be so cool. Shouting to each other as it echoes through. Yo, Doc Bot,
Epoch has went rogue and he's gonna try something extremely stupid.
Okay, where should I be looking? Oh, I see him. Okay, I'll just watch where he is.
To the wise, stay away. Fires and destruction and death might be coming.
Okay. I'm gonna stand. Oh, I don't know where to stand now. Good luck with that, Alaskan. You had to bring a Guardian. That's not. That's not gonna fit, mate. That is not fitting. Back it up. Get out of here. Flipping Guardian.
It's the MX. The other two fit fine. It's the MX. She's too fat.
How strange.
Yeah, it's a lot more fat.
The one thing I've noticed a lot of people want to run cap ships or be the fighter pilot. Honestly, I've always loved the idea of running drop ships. Yeah, I love that idea as well of having like a crew on board, you know, like actual members to drop, to like that control of the flight of coming down, touching down, deploying and getting out of there. Yeah. At the end of the day, the game will offer a lot of different roles, especially in, you know, a militaristic sense. Oh, the gladiator's like scratching the deck. There's going to be a lot of roles available, and I suppose dropship pilot is just one of them. And if it's required, right? It might not be required in every situation, but then we're seeing a lot of ships becoming more tailored to their role, their specific role. So bombers and interceptors and heavy fighters, gunships, patrol boats, Hammerhead, right, with their kind of anti-fighter capabilities. Each ship is slowly becoming more and more tailored to... Oh, I thought that was coming down on my head then. Tailored to a specific role. And piloting those ships, or, you know, manning those ships, will be somewhat different to each other. And that I really like. Watch TNG. Is that Star Trek with the Borg? It's funny. I know who they are, but I don't know who they are. But we are named the Borg. A bounty hunter got you. Your poor clipper was shredded. Kind of deserve it, probably doing unfair. Oh, there goes Zero. Watch out, we got debris. Flipping it, where did that go?
Yeah, we're trying the speed boosted takeoff, so explosions are coming.
I'll get to the front then and see that. So we're now doing landing, touchdown, and then boosted takeoff. So we're probably going to see a lot more explosions as they exit. That's great. Good job, Zero. Yeah, more specialized. Different ships for different purposes. And you don't pull those ships out unless the purpose is required. And I really, really like that, because handling, you know, how that actually works is going to be a lot of fun. Deacon, you're going to end up with a lot of debris on this ship. Yeah, persistent tires. The SMBOrg will behave. Just search for SMBOrg. I think that will find it. Or exclamation org, sorry. Alright, here we go, Brill. Thing is, with the Wolf, your nose points up when you land. So landing gear up and then... Oh, flipping heck. Got a boost! Oh, it's scary. When you see Solder come through and he's just like... Vroom, you realise there's absolute levels to this. A Dodge mechanic. Wasn't a slide thing coming. What's that, shenanigans? How you doing, sir? Clean up on aisle 3. Yeah. Clean up on the whole hangar. Alright, here you go, Tech. Time to zoom and boom. No, you can't fit a Valkyrie. Any of those starships are just too big. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of the people in the Orc are very good dogfighters, but landing in a hangar in decoupled might be something they haven't tried. So there's a lot to learn there. Firefighting crew, absolutely G-Sharp. There will be outfits. I mean, we already technically have one for Subflare, but, you know, there will be... I think it's more going to be a case of you won't have people who are just designated fire crew, because at the end of the day, fires aren't likely going to happen all that often. Or they won't necessarily be all the time. But there will be outfits for it. We have fire extinguishers. And so having, you know, people on hand, like engineers, ready to do that, will absolutely be a thing.
APOC is coming in. Viewer discretion is advised. We apologize in advance. Thank you.
Okay. See what happens here. Phantom's just about to take off. He's gonna... Oh, there goes Phantom! Watch out, guys, because Phantom, APOC's coming in. Just be out of the way. I don't know what he's doing. He's coming in fast. What on earth? Is that attack? APOC? APOC? Is APOC drunk? Yes, we have multiple divisions. Not just... Oh. Oh, it fits. Oh. I did not expect that. Yeah, so our org is split, into multiple divisions. for each profession. You know, mining, salvage, hauling, that kind of stuff.
Okay,
Oh boy. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. This might not be appropriate for Twitch.
If I get banned. So yeah, and you can choose to be a member of all divisions, individual divisions. It's entirely up to you. If you just want to do mining, you can just be part of the mining division, and that's it. And you'll get notified if there's anything, you know, worth mining out there. Salvage division, we have salvaging alerts if someone stumbles upon a ship that might be worth salvaging. I think he's stuck now. Yeah, exactly, SPT. That's my thinking. On like a naval ship, everyone's a firefighter. There are fire hydrants everywhere on ships, on like a ship like this. So it's not like we have someone sitting around waiting to put out a fire. It's if you see a fire, grab a fire extinguisher and put the damn fire out, right? It's not like you have to be, you know, sitting there waiting for something to happen. Like Deacon, for example. He's just blasting the air with that's an air freshener. That's not an extinguisher. That's lemon blossom scent. Making it a bit more challenging for you, Nexus.
Time.
You see
Hey,
a
I
pattern
might die
with the,
now.
yeah, with the way that they kind of
the
the
smell.
nose points up. Jay, welcome. Ooh, lemon fresh. Like a pot of potpourri. Flipping heck, not in your face. It's like when I'm sat on the bed and Rachel sprays herself with a perfume. It just literally goes right in my face. Right, thanks for that. The Idris better not purple. Oh, an intentional turn there. I don't think that was meant to happen, but he kind of made it look cool, like he was drifting. Maybe we should ask them to turn their shields off.
What's the thing doesn't work?
We'll get into the Geo, and not the Geo, the Golem, and we can one of them Atlases, and we can just track to them as they fly by and see if they can counter that. Exactly, Ice. I mean, that's something we definitely need to practice when engineering gets a bit further along. Having people actually practice with firefighting. But at this time, with the bugs in terms of life support and venting and all that kind of stuff, there's no real need right now. It doesn't work. I don't think Berry's going to fit either, to be fair. Bracona's kind of... You've taken off here. The boost is going to be so long. You want to land right at the end so that the boosted part is so much shorter.
This is your ride, Ryan.
All right, getting in. Could have EVA'd, poor guy. How do I get in? How do I get in this? Oh, okay. Yo, velocity. Yeah, a lot of these things are actually permanently part of the Idris now. These bits just lying around. Yeah, I did not expect the whole B. I can see why APOC wanted to test that. Do I need to jump into a different comms, or are they coming up here?
Please hold. I'll drag you to appropriate channel now.
Thanks.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Oh, hang on, that might be me turning this on.
Weapons system is off.
Flipping it. That was close.
Hello.
Welcome to
Hello.
Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
All right. Could you also move Solner down here, please?
You got that,
Copy.
Nick? Thank you, mate. So what's our plan now, then? You and Soldner...
Hello.
Hello, Soldner.
All right.
Yo,
So,
Brown
do you
Trout.
want to come over here a bit?
Getting blown up for my birthday, yay.
That was a good
So
flyby
we're-
you did, though.
Thank you.
So we're going to be showing the two main types of dogfighting you see in Star Citizen, that being jousting and circling, as well as ways to get out of both.
Maybe show Mac how to access the turret? Or maybe you don't.
Do what now?
If you want to
Turret.
access the turret, there's a little button in front of you at the bottom.
Would that be better?
It'll also say retract.
So am I actually using the turret, or am I camera?
You're more than welcome to.
Okay. So it's
You might
deployed.
be able to see better and track better with the target.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do I
You have
actually enter the
to
turret?
hold-
though?
So where you see the button where it says retract, if you
Yeah.
right-click that, it'll bring up your turret.
Oh yeah. There we go. All right, I'm good.
All right. So we're going to start off with Solner doing his jousting thing since he's in a light fighter. Light fighters are always going to prefer jousting over a heavy fighter just because they can outturn and get guns back on target sooner.
Right in.
So right now,
Can you all hear it? All right.
the Scorpius being the exception, I can't really get guns on target on him because I'm just trying to rotate with him, get guns on. Whenever I want to, though, I can start pulling back, and now I have neutralized his jousting, and I can start turning with him as he goes past me, since he is still going to be faster.
So you're in decoupled and you're flying backwards, are you?
No, I'm actually still in coupled, so this is
okay.
still stuff you can do with coupled.
Right.
So, like that, if he wants to neutralize it, though, he can boost towards us quickly.
Hmm.
But it's harder for him to do so.
Radio.
But now that we are able to circle him, we can more consistently get guns on target.
Yeah.
But when it comes to jousting, though, to force the joust,
Board gamer.
what he's going to
How you
do
doing,
is
mate?
he's going to
Thank you, sir.
charge at us again, or start moving away and then come back at us to
Right.
cause the joust. Because like right now we can't hit him, and we lost target, which now he could turn around and get target back on us sooner than we can him.
Was that his chat or yours?
Yes, that was him.
Right. I see. Yeah. So that
So now
masks
I'm
any
going to
signature of
neutralize
his,
it.
doesn't it? That's how you sort of
By pulling
hide.
back,
How was your stream, Board? I'm doing good, thank you, mate. How are you?
and he's going to try and stay close to us so that we can't keep doing that.
So this is a classic light versus a heavy. Is this a heavy?
Yes, this is considered heavy.
Right. So it's sort of pros and cons and strengths and weaknesses of both, and how to fight
Yes.
each. So you want to get close with the arrow with the
Now,
light fighter against the heavy because
Like
you've got
I am
more
running,
maneuverability.
I'm low on speed right now in trying to turn with him. If he's closer,
figures.
it makes it harder to neutralize it.
Yeah. So you've got a big fight where like the light fighter's trying to get close and circle the heavy, and the heavy's trying to keep a bit more of a distance
Yes.
to actually target the speed of or counter the speed of the light fighter.
Yes. And now some fighters, like the Scorpius, can completely negate their ability to joust by using the turret.
Yeah. So I can
So like that,
technically
you should
provide.
have target on him, even though I don't.
Yeah, I can follow him a little better, but even still, he's moving fast. It can be hard for me to keep up.
Yes. But either way, neutralizing it, if they don't know to get close, then it's much easier to neutralize it.
And of course, with this turret being on the top, and I suppose you can track underneath, but communication between pilot and gunner in a heavy fighter
Yes.
is paramount in terms of keeping on an angle. Because it's probably quicker for you to just roll than it is for me to slide this turret.
Oh, yes. So, like right now, if he comes over the top and then darts downward, I can roll and
Yeah.
you can still get target easier. But that's pretty much the demonstration I wanted to do, is showing how you can get out of a situation where you're at the disadvantage.
Yeah, again, yeah. So it's a case of learning each ship, as you mentioned earlier, and
Yes.
knowing what that ship's strength is in terms of its maneuverability versus yours, and how to counter that.
Yes. Know your ship is once again very big. All right, now we're gonna execute him.
Okay, okay. I am not good with the turret, by the way, so I'm probably not going to be much of a help.
Calling the Idris. Idris, help me. Idris, help me.
Now on the Scorpius, also a big bonus that you have is the missiles.
Oh, do I have control of those? Or do another pilot
Yes,
does
you
it?
do.
Oh, I do.
Yes. So once we get,
Nice.
once he gets that far out,
What's the range of these size? Are they size 1s?
size 2s.
Right.
Now I can also control them too.
Can you control them while I'm controlling them?
No.
Okay, I'll give you access to the missiles and I'll use the guns then. What's the keybinds for the turrets to get better? Because I know E and Q help.
There is also Alt G. Left Alt G.
What does that do?
And that turns on your gimbaled mode.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Is it hold C to center?
Yes.
Right.
I actually have no top turret anymore.
Yeah, I see your shields are down too. And we're just holding on to ours.
And sometimes when you know the fight's not going your way, it's okay to just go for it and run.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
Run,
that's
call for your backup.
yeah.
Like that. If he has an ally, they could jump us right now while he's doing that.
I mean, that's something to really reiterate is don't stay in a fight if it's turning bad. You don't have to fight to the death. Get out of there and, you know, live to fight another day, or as you say, call him back up. Like, that's something I want our members to do.
Now,
is to
unfortunately for
get out of
him,
there.
we are faster than him.
Well, hey, we're coming in. Coming for you, soldier.
The missile already got me.
Whoa! Oh, you dead?
That did chef. Wasn't enough.
Yep.
My
All
birthday
right.
gift. Thank you.
Yeah,
One
it's
very
fun.
important thing, that ego isn't your friend in dogfights. If you're,
Yeah.
you have to run away.
Nope. Run
Absolutely.
away if you have to. Bring your
Use
allies.
your friends. Use
Yeah.
the Polaris. Use the address.
Like, I would much rather our members keep on fighting and or you know, pull away so that they don't have to be rescued or they, you know, don't die.
That way they
Um,
can board the Idris to rearm, refuel whenever
Yeah,
they need.
absolutely. So Alt G to switch the pip.
All right, I'll be taking you back over here.
Thank
and
you.
We'll get some missions started.
Very nice. That was very good. I guess right now then, if we tell everyone to get themselves repaired, restocked, rearmed, whatever, at Seraphim, and then regroup for the missions. Thank you for that, Barry.
Do you want your wolf or you want something else?
I'll grab my wolf. So I'll just EVA, I think, and get it because it's on the outside, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Oh, watch out for that giant Idris!
Yep, I desynced.
Thank you, sir. Right, I am EVAing. Very nice. Yo, Graphite, how you doing? All right, if you could
All right,
pull
everybody
me,
head back to Seraphim, rearm, repair, whatever you need to do.
pull me back into the normal chat again, Nexus,
Back up to the
and I will
other comms.
join in on this. I don't know what our plan is today in terms of.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure what our plan is today in terms of practicing what do you call it? Wingmen, buddy systems, but we're just here to have fun.
Yeah.
I think on Wednesday we've got a bit more happening in that regard. All right, let me see what's going on with the ship now.
Engine system active. Shields active.
I'm going to see about pulling one of these cooler things down so that at least my pips can be higher. Weapons, I don't think there's any increase in that. Engines and shields, that's fine. I'll keep an eye on that, and then I'll bring my HUD back up. And for combat, I'll stay in decoupled. But for non-combat,
Disengaged.
I will... I need to get repaired. I'll stay in coupled, I think. Is that closer? Yeah, that's probably closer, isn't it? And yeah, as of right now, we can actually repair, rearm, and refuel inside the Idris. But we will keep practicing this stuff. And you know, if there's members in the org who want to keep practicing in an Idris, we can set that up outside of the stream as well. You know, landing and taking off.
Raised.
Well, I always press Q and E. So press G, and then Alt G. Thank you. Yeah, I need to practice in the turret as well. I am useless in turrets, and I need to practice that alongside everything else. I need to practice everything, basically. Yo, Big Welsh, how you doing, mate? Yeah, we often bring like an interdicted, you know, the Scorpius, not Scorpius, sorry, the
Mission share incoming.
thank you. The what's-my-face. Oh, we're flinging ourselves around here. Need to get that thruster repaired. Oh my lord. Yeah, we often bring a Guardian. Is it the whatever the one is? That's the interdicting one. Or the dampening one. We often bring that when we're fighting criminals, players. G, then right alt G. Oh, right alt.
At UI.
That's the one. Damn it, I was pressing left alt. Thank you, Viking. That's very kind of you, mate. Whoop. One of the thrusters is gone.
Landing gear deployed.
It's pulling itself to the left quite a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of things to do with the corkscrew maneuver that also helps to keep you from looking, you sort of being an obvious target, isn't there? Like with your pips and things. I mean, that's a bit more advanced for me than where I am right now.
Locked and loaded and take him out.
Safe arrival achieved.
Let's get this sorted. Repair. Stop. Let's just do everything. It depends on the use case, Brian. Welcome, mate. On whether you use the normal or the assault.
100%.
You can actually get guns on target quickly, even on a heavy fighter. It's just up to the pilot ability and should always be flying decoupled. I don't know why your pilot... He's just practicing, just showing it off.
Launch successful.
But yeah,
We're
it's...
on station outside the mission area waiting for you.
I'll be on my way.
Raised. Shields disengaged.
It was just for demonstration purposes for what it was talking about, which wasn't... Well, it was to do with that, I suppose. Alright, on my way. Yeah, I love the L21. Don't get me wrong, the energy version, the L22 is cool, but I love the ballistics we have. So, what are the limitations of my ship weapons here? Oh, shit, wrong one.
Weapons disengaged.
What are these, size 4s, are they, or size 3s?
Weapons active.
Alright, are we jumping to the asteroid base now, as a group?
Yes, that's the plan.
Right, so just, for me, just to focus on,
Quantum drive disengaged.
oh, we're a bit too close, aren't we? Alright, I'm ready to move in when you guys are. The,
You're good to go. Engage.
can't be moving in. So anything light, potentially some mediums. Okay. I mean, I've got ballistics.
Shields active. Contact confirmed.
Scorpius, I believe, detected. And a Vanguard. So those two, out of the two, I might be able to take the Scorpius. I'll go for the Reliant. That should be an easy target. Engaging the Reliant. One of them anyway. Oh, decoupled. Let me get into decoupled mode and start practicing with this.
Shields under attack.
I also, if anyone's using VKB,
Destroyed.
what curves do you guys use? Our Hornet. Let's go after the Hornet. Maybe I can. Oh no, that's our friendly, isn't it? Yo, the other one. I think that's all of them for now. Let's fly a bit closer. Yeah, something I need to really get on with practicing is my curves.
Contact confirmed.
Yeah, I always use curves. Welcome, Apex. Apex. Seal, welcome. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Got an arrow. Let's go after this arrow. That arrow. Oh, we've got some asteroids. I also use lead pips, but I know a lot of people say and suggest using lag. I've just never used lag, so that's going to be an additional learning curve for me. Oh, getting a bit close here. Nice. Scorpius over there? He's getting pummeled. But it would be cool. I mean, we need more like command and control stations on bigger ships, but it would be cool to have more target designation, so that we're split more evenly between the different
Big
targets.
boys approaching, be advised.
Copy that. Getting a bit of lag right now. You've maxed out your curves, have you? Yeah, I don't want to do that. It feels a bit too much for me. Alright, what we got here? Let's go. And I hit an asteroid. Didn't see that one flying around there. It must have just moved into my...
Oh god, you're dead.
As Berry was saying, situational awareness. Be aware of your environment. Keep an eye out for asteroids, other ships. And 99% of people use lead. Only 2 good pilots use lag. What do you mean? As in, there's only 2 people you know of who use lag. In that case, I'll stick. The difference is, it's where it puts your target reticle on the ship based on your vector, your movement. So, you know, it either puts it in front of the ship, so it's sort of dictating where it's going, or it's flying behind the ship, so that you engage that way, and it kind of adjusts the movement, so that you don't have to kind of guess where to shoot. So you prefer aggressive ramping at the end, so I can make very fine adjustments easier near the dead zone. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm looking for, is... But I'll have to just play with it and figure it out, because I need the finer adjustments for tracking when I'm on target, but getting on target, I suppose, is part of just skill, practice. Oh yeah, it's not the running into the asteroid that kills you, it's the short stop. Yeah, those asteroids, they're just moving fast, you know? They're, I swear it jumped in front of me. It was like, you're not going anywhere, mate.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent.
What I might do is take out the L-22, use that as a...
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
What do you call it?
Insurance claim. Thank you. Your vehicle has been delivered to the vehicle.
A way of helping knock down shields on certain faces of bigger ships. Ah, Rakona! You too, huh? What was it that got you? An asteroid? Left stick and mouse. There's nothing wrong with that. You just use what you feel comfortable with, you know? Be nice in 4.8 when we actually have the... What? Did I not request the ship? That hangar's obviously bogged. There it is. Yeah, I've just always used lead. I've never tried using... I mean, I've tried using it just because a lot of people say you need to use it, and I thought I'll give it a go, but it just felt wrong, which is not because it's wrong, just because I'm not used to it, but at the same time, I think it might be more of a... I don't think there's like a superior option, I think it's more just personal preference. Right, depends on the situation, on the opponent as well. Yeah, some you know, there are good pilots of all different types of peripherals. It doesn't matter what you use. You know, there are good pilots that use. Turn life support off.
Mission share.
Thank you. Like in a light fighter, I might. Oh, I don't know. I was gonna say I might favour less shield and more other options like more ammo or better radar, but at the same time, you are more vulnerable in a light fighter. my thinking is if you are able to avoid most damage, then you don't need a lot of pips on shield, but that might be somewhat silly thinking.
Landing gear raised. Shields disengaged.
Right, where's this mission? I'm not seeing it. Can you reshare the mission, please?
Copy that.
Yo, Belfin! Thank you very much. We're just doing some dogfighting practice. Just a bit of combat. It's PvE for now. We're just fighting against NPCs, but just getting a bit of practice. Yo, Alzanor, you're an actual airline pilot. Oh. Look sharp every day. So not the truth at all. So you use lag when you're rotating.
Mission, however, it's
heavies.
in an asteroid field, so watch out, please.
Don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Nothing. It's a general information.
You use lag when you're rotating heavies and landing shots on the nose, right? Oh, so I see. So again, it's more of a case of what you're actually coming up against, more so than which is sort of classed as superior. Still waiting for this mission to come up. Must be just getting all these other little notifications sent. That's why my speed's crazy high. While I'm waiting for the mission location, I'll just do a bit of decoupled practice. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Scrap that.
Shield disengaged.
Let me jump to that moon first. And then I'll jump to that moon rather than having to jump to the planet first.
Quantum drive engaged.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest benefit of lag, is that you actually get to see what you're firing at rather than just a pip, just tracking a pip all the time. I would certainly prefer to see the target more so I may have to just sort of get used to it again. Message of the day. We're currently working on a new build for a potential 4.8 PTU release later today, with the goal of opening to Wave 1 if the build validates. Will it happen though? Every day we've been needing this build to validate. Thank you.
Quantum drive disengaged. Engines. Major system issues.
You what? Don't like the sound of that much.
Contact confirmed. Shield active.
Oh boy, we may have entered a little too early. I'm on site a little too early, so I'll wait for you guys to come in.
No worries. We're engaging.
Okay, engaging.
Target lock.
A lot of asteroids here. Fit him a bit. Oh, I love this. These weapons. The time for a mission, chair. Whoa. Nice. Got Reliant over.
I'm gonna drag you to the main event com because comms are very cool.
Okay.
Deeds, I'm with you.
It'd be cool to hear them actually communicate between themselves.
Target destroyed.
Reliant splash.
Good.
Any more? We got another. What's it called? Buccaneer. Bit far off. We'll approach and watch them doing their thing.
Idris turrets Buccaneer in range.
Buccaneer down.
Nicely done, guys.
10 seconds, next wave.
Yeah, I want Genesis as well.
Contact confirmed.
Can't wait
Hostile
for
contacts.
Genesis. Got a Vanguard.
Behind us?
Yeah.
Going for the Firebird.
Anticipate directly into an asteroid and going for a buck.
Idris turrets focus Vanguard, front middle.
I'm also engaging Vanguard.
That's on the Buccaneer.
Salvage, you're picking up another
Firm.
bounty.
Firebird down.
Oh, somebody ran into me.
Buccaneer
Nice one.
smash.
Bear on back.
Alright, let me find.
Going for Vanguard.
I can do some damage against it. I can take the shields down on the Vanguard.
The second Vanguard is fully engaged, I'll go for that one.
One Vanguard down.
Oh. Is he down? Can help reduce the shields at least, I think.
Shields under attack.
Engaging the other Vanguard. Necktie.
Nice.
Vanguard down.
And then we've got this second one over here. Woo, it's turning.
Missiles out on necktie.
There's another Vanguard.
He's going down, he won't have long left. I'm burning out of there though. I've sounded a bit close to someone.
Vanguard down.
Vanguard splash.
Right, looks like all of them. Can you tell
Good job,
targets
guys.
from other players?
more.
Yeah. Oh shit,
Engaging Vanguard necktie.
we're in coupled. Technically, the way to tell
Upper right side, Idris.
would be to scan, to ping like this, and it will tell you their names
Necktie is
and
disabled.
whether they
Finish them off.
are friendly. Or, you know, like this is clearly an NPC because of the way their name is.
That's down.
Necktie splash.
So you'd have to ping to get the
10
names,
seconds.
to get the determination as to whether it's a real player or not.
Spread out a little bit, folks.
Target approaching 5 seconds.
It doesn't really help otherwise. You fly DC-6
Target's
and L1049 Constellations. I don't actually know what those are.
Target's Redeemer again.
Going for
And
the
once
target.
again, Idris focusing Redeemer.
I'm going after Hurricane.
Going after
Bear engaging Scorpius.
Going after Renzo Avant Scorpius.
Scorpius.
Rhino on Eddie.
Multiple
Missile out on the
Scorpius.
Vanguard. Redeemer. Boom. Pushing.
Contact confirmed.
Yeah, for Reliant instead.
I think the hardest thing really is just being aware of who's around you, and even with TOBII, you know, you
Well,
focus
shit.
on where the ship is that you're fighting, not necessarily
Bears in the
where your
death spiral.
teammates
Scorpius.
always are.
Head for the Idris.
Does sound good, this weapon though.
Eddie Redeemer down.
Shields under attack.
He's engaging on the Vanguard, he's targeting me.
Confirmed.
Fate on grid.
Where's he gone? Over here.
Swapping target to
Hurricane
Redeemer.
down.
Thanks for the fun, everybody. My game crashed. I'll come again another time. Thank you for the fun.
See you, Coffee.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
Redeemer splash.
Thank you.
See you, Coffee.
Nice job, guys. See ya.
Moving to Scorpius.
Done and dusted.
Yep, same. Bonito
Singapore
tomorrow.
just remaining, I think.
I'm on
Bears on Vanguard.
Michael Barados.
One target left, one target left.
And splash.
Nickar is dead.
Oh, we got a Scorpius up still?
Yes.
Yep. Bully Michael.
Contact.
Going after Vito Vent, who's Reliant. Reliant down. Saber over there, gotta help with that. Oh, they're down.
I do love hearing the comms like that. It's so cool.
Good shots on target.
Oh, yeah.
Good job,
Bears
guys.
bugging out. Black on ammo.
Copy.
Confirmed.
Alright, I think that's it for the time being.
Forming up with Revenant.
Yeah, regrouping.
Skies clear.
Wonderful job. Disengage, thank you.
Oh, asteroid. I don't want another repeat. Most of the time your group just runs on one ship. We cannot really tell who a friend or who is foe. Yeah, we certainly need a lot more, what do you call it? UI and information provided to us in these scenarios. And I think a lot of it is just getting rid of this blue clump of names, right? That's just going to be a huge part and bonus of actually being able to tell who's doing what and who is where. Because right now it is just like that's what I want it to look like out of my window. Not not that. Like the fact that you can always find the Idris purely because the names are just covering it all up. There's so much that's needed in terms of being able to identify people properly and whatnot. And I am looking forward to the day that that starts rolling out.
Messenger incoming.
Accepted. Yes, we are, JK. We're sort of practicing for the tactical strike groups to some degree. There's a lot more we want to practice, but this is the starting point. I think a lot of it is formation, making sure that we are splitting into teams of two to target certain ships, like designating targets and so forth. For example, when we roll up on a... it'd be great when we have the ability to do that kind of thing with a command and control center and actually having someone on board allocating targets to certain members, you know, like I suppose you could have red team, blue team, whatever, red team consisting of 4 fighters or a fighter, you know, a couple of fighters and a what you call it, and so on, and just designating targets, whereas right now it's very much we all just sort of go after whatever we see, which there's no real way around that. Yes, I hope so, Deacon, with a name toggle. That would just be so nice.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
Yeah, exactly. Giving commands to everyone on who to attack, and so you're not just all fighting the same thing. It kind of makes it a lot cleaner, and less dangerous when you're flying around, potentially bumping into each other because there's less of you after one target. Like right now, that's the hardest thing is there's one Vanguard, there's about 5 of us going at it, and we're all trying to avoid each other, we're trying to not shoot each other and so forth, and it's just, there's no real way around it at the moment because we are not presented with the information, enough information, cleanly, to really designate who does what. DJ, thank you so much for the sub there, my friend. Much appreciated. How you doing today?
Contact confirmed.
Oh, Cass Joe, how are you? All good, I hope. But yeah, there's plenty of information that we can have presented and ways to do it, but we're just not quite there. But I do enjoy this kind of thing.
Target lock.
Missile up on Wayne beyond F8. Engaging. See, with this gun being energy, I will be aiming to just bring shields down more than anything. I assume I can do that on a ship like this with these weapons, but I don't know.
Contact confirmed.
Like, I'm not trying to like penetrate armor or anything. I'm just trying to give bigger ships the ability to engage more. Also, an environment like this where you've got asteroids around is not just hard for avoiding them, but it's also really difficult to see things and track targets. Audio really helps though. Being able to hear where another ship is very helpful because you can kind of pull yourself away from their position a bit more. Knowing that they're in that area. Like, I can hear them up here. I need to pull away this way because I don't want to crash into them. Look at all those missiles! Woohoo! Wing, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, UI will evolve massively. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that just comes over from Squadron. Because there's that has to be to a certain standard, right, for it to be launched. But that doesn't include the sort of multiplayer aspects. But I'm hoping it would be relatively the same information. We'll go after this one, I think. Oh, no, we won't. Like, there's no reason for me to engage. I'm actually going to probably cause more harm than good just getting involved, but I want to shoot stuff. So. But this is the stuff that when it's a bit more serious... Oh, boost. I can hear everyone converging on the same point.
Good day to take down some shitheads, huh? Got your pay on tap and ready to go.
This is a family-friendly stream, thank you, Star Citizen. Yeah, does LAMP actually work a lot better than in
even
these
if you don't engage, maneuvering between this number of fighters is actually practice by itself.
That's true. Yeah, there's practice constantly in this whole thing. It's just a bit too bright for me. It might be because it's yellow. Alright, new targets, fresh targets. Let me get a missile on this arrow.
Target lock.
Firing missile on arrow. Yo. 1812. There's all the language to learn as well in terms of not necessarily what real world's use cases are, although that will probably be beneficial, but just what we're going to use as an org. Moving around like a crazy person. Just want to keep landing at least a hit on him every now and again, just to sort of keep his shields down. For me, I think the one thing to learn is just the anticipation of where they're going based on their vector, but maybe using lags will help with that. We've got no targets right now. It's on their testing chat on Spectrum. Evacati testing chat. Or is it just normal testing chat? Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can actually see people more with the lamp on. It's not to be used in stealth situations, that's for sure. Engaging PQ. Buccaneers. Am I still in chat, or have you guys moved me down? Have you moved me down again? Nexus. I'm happy to keep hearing it. Someone just crashed, I think.
Yep, you want to go back?
Yeah, might as well keep hearing it. It's kind of cool. If it all gets a bit chatty, I can pull out.
You moved yourself.
I never moved myself at all.
No, I moved him.
Oh.
How dare you?
Shields under attack.
It hits on target. Hear that ammo low?
Engaging
943 on main cannon.
Cutlass down.
Nice job.
On Scorpius front right.
I'll push your payment through.
Try and get a hit on him to stop his shields coming back.
He is heading back to target zone after damage repair.
Going for the Scorpius
is ready to be done. I'm ready to shoot you.
Ah. Oh, nice. That was a good one.
On the hawk. Let's get him, Ricona.
Finishing dag.
Helping on Vanguard.
Dag doesn't want to die.
There he is, gone.
Dag's dead.
Scorpius splash.
Hawk down. Good job.
Hulk down.
Engaging Chuck.
Yep, going for
Second hawk.
Marrow Bonks Tomlin. What name?
Morrow Tomlin.
Narrow bunks. I like it. ROSCH. I think they just have like an automated
Missiles out. Morrow
name
Tomlin.
thing.
Oh,
Did we get it?
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Nicely done.
Hey, go on.
Yep, mission complete.
Good job, everyone.
Yeah, very good.
Going for the big boy now.
I'm going for a big boy piss.
Back in a second. Don't say that.
But it's good to get some dogfighting together. It just kind of
reforming Idris.
keeps us fresher, you know.
Everyone form up on the Idris, and we will prepare for the big mission. Whenever the Polaris comes out, please ensure you are focusing on the fighters first, and then we will engage the Polaris.
Remember, everyone, don't engage until Mac is back, until he engages pretty much.
Yep. Idris is resupplying real fast.
Confirmed.
Good, for.
Resupply?
Yeah, we're almost out of ballistics on that front turret.
Is it ballistics?
500.
Oh yeah.
We've been shredding stuff.
Now the asteroids are in darkness here, guys, so watch out particularly for them. It's a bit hard to see when they're not in the sun.
Use your
right alt L
lamp if you can.
Yeah, if you have lamp, use lamp.
Alright, back to it. Alright, I'm back. What I miss?
Hello, back.
We had
back.
Hi, back. I'm back.
And Hawk, you may need to reshare the mission.
Yeah,
Yep,
please.
hold on a sec.
Head to the new mission, please.
Not you and all, Peanut.
Shields disengaged.
I think a natural extension of the wave attack missions would be tanky capital ships that launch waves of fighters. Yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, I'm hoping as, you know, we start getting more of Squadron around. Squadron. You know, we're seeing the Mauler come along with tactical strike groups. It would be really cool to see whatever that ship
is. This is a big boy. Once the Polaris is on,
deploys.
fighters on fighters, let the Idris engage the Polaris. Thank you.
Copy that.
Confirm.
You know, where they all sort of be. I mean, that's the
Needs is restocked, refueled, headed your way.
There we are, mission. That's got it.
Are we heading? I don't have a mark.
You just gotta wait for the mission share. I think it might take a while. It just popped up for me this moment.
Can't hear.
We'll go to that first. It's not wanting me to jump to the other bit. It's fine. Yo, Wonko. Howdy doody.
Oh, and I can use some drink.
Quantum drive disengaged.
Dock on Idris. There's drinks in the kitchen.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive disengaged.
Okay, are we good to push? Or are we restocking?
Waiting on Revenant.
This is resupplying.
Copy.
Waiting for the mothership.
I still haven't gotten the mission yet.
Mission resharing again.
Yeah, keep an eye out the top. It's just we got to get through all the notifications first.
Got it.
Okay, we can start the first wave with the fighters, and while you arrive, APOC.
Yep.
Okay, everybody engaged.
All right, fighters moving in.
Remember, use lamp if you have it, so you can actually see the asteroids a little bit better.
It's a good call. It's much darker here.
And yes, APOC, refueling is bugged out on the Idris again.
Yeah, well, one thing we want to practice, Trick, is
yes.
using
Can't refuel it.
M3.
We got
capital
got
ships
a
to
Hercules.
brush off fighters. If
got a
I'm
Connie
being
out there.
tied up by fighters,
Connie out there, watch out for the Connie,
I
everyone.
could
Heavy fighters
Oh, boy,
focus
we
on
lost.
the Hercules. Other lighter fighters
flying
focus on
close
the
to a ship
smaller
with their
targets.
MDCs or PDCs, sorry, and getting it like a brush off.
Bear engaging Vanguard.
Mac engaging WC Hornet.
Copy.
Arrow down.
Oh, I'm still a way out.
Do you have a call sign for the Connie?
Connie is Chintak Ravenscroft.
Oh,
one name.
Sounds like it should have the third after it.
Yeah. This is what they should have Phoenix.
Points
down?
for Ravencraft.
Trying to draw the attention of this Connie just to keep it away from the rest of you.
Appreciate it.
Mac on Hornet. Call sign PU.
Gear's still down, APOC.
It's actually up.
Engaging
It's
the
visually
Hercules.
bugged. That should fix it.
Nice. Alright, going after this little Reliant. Oh,
Using precision on the Connie.
I try and take down the gating, so I'm not sure the ballistics will hurt it until I do.
Perry, I'm with you on the Herc.
Connie just hit an asteroid wonderfully. They are gone.
Hercules
Herc is
down.
Revenant is on station, 20 kilometers and closing.
Heading to Naldo, who's now relying on 0.
Engaging in the Vanguard.
Heavy fighters on Vanguard, please.
Reliant down.
Copy that. Oh wait, I'm not heavy fighter. Ignore that.
Vanguard down.
Vanguard splash.
Second wave incoming in 10 seconds.
Nice! Gotta grab a cuppa, that sounds like a good idea, Solomon. Yeah, we have done PvP, bounty hunting, as such, as an org, and it's something I definitely want to do more. What I like to do now and again is...
Bear on Vanguard, MA.
Patrol, basically.
Barry going for Scorpius. Scotty.
I like to patrol the
Scorpius.
Stanton system, trying to keep it safer for the residents, you know?
Needs on Scorp.
Which often results in various skirmishes with players, depending on what they're flying. Engaging the Raven, or whatever the Saber is. Mac.
Contact confirmed.
Careful in the ball, guys. Gotta be real focused.
I really like they gave us a Raven to fight.
None of those hits landed. Nice.
Rarity.
With the Raven, eat the rich.
One Scorpius down. Moving towards Hawk, Carol.
Target destroyed.
Got a Vanguard direct front under his turrets.
Herald down.
Another
Missiles
Raven.
out
Vanguard,
on
MA.
Hawk.
I came with you on the show. Wonderful.
Scorpius down.
Great job.
Aim for other scorp.
We need light fighters on the Hawk, please. Thank you.
Copy.
Hawk
Hawk
disabled.
Nicely done. Never even got the opportunity to fire at it.
Vanguard splash.
One more Saber Raven.
On it.
On it.
Target lock.
Come on, get in there before they kill it. Here it goes. Oh, I hit
I
it.
can't wait for these flights to
Still
work.
survived.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's engaging that
nice.
Scorpius with you.
Raven down.
Scorpius left side Idris. Rolling.
Engaging.
Scorpius
The
down.
crest to distant.
Wonderful job.
Done. That's
10
them all.
seconds, target approaching. Idris will engage the Polaris and keep it busy. You guys scrub the fighters.
Confirmed.
With that.
Confirmed. Yo,
Copy.
Liz, how you doing today?
Okay, very simple. Light fighters on light fighters, heavies on heavies, and caps on caps. Let's go.
Oh shoot, I'm gonna die.
Philip, how you doing? Shane,
Hydration.
welcome.
I gotta do.
No.
Dr. Idris, if you can.
Drink your own urine. Engaging Hawk.
This isn't Bear Grylls.
Bear Grylls that.
2 Hawks.
There he is engaging Taki Vanguard.
Give it time.
Leaving the Hawks
Chris
to light
will
fires.
implement it.
They're engaging.
Nexus on Cutlass.
Turn on Cutlass.
Got a couple of Avengers out there going for the Vanguard.
Why is
Beyond
so
lock.
Away. FX.
Shoulder
I get
and
it.
rear gunners. Hit any fighters that are behind us. Chin and forward gunner. Hit the Polaris. Cheek and forward gunners.
Idris, if you can take out those turrets, we can help you later on.
Yep.
Oh. Almost got into the right angle there, but it's an awkward one for me to try and keep up. It's a bit better.
Contact confirmed.
Bosses down.
There he is.
Got down.
Idris gunners use targeting mode where possible to get rid of those turrets.
Turrets and PDCs.
There's an MSR out there. I'm gonna go for it with the heavy fighter.
Confirmed.
Yeah, that'd be all.
I don't really need to adjust my
Bail out of this ship and medpen myself.
my curves.
Grab.
It feels like when
Anybody
I'm
have a
about to
ship
get on
with
target, I'm
messages?
kind of drifting off too much, and it's getting really annoying.
black down.
Noxious, thank you for the follow, by the way.
Oh, sorry, it's Mary, it's not
Avenger. Let's go after the Avenger.
Contact confirmed.
Vanguard down.
Vanguard's down.
Eye on.
Hawk splash. Avenger
Shields
Titan
down.
targeting.
Yeah,
It is down.
Cutlass. Angle.
Titan
I'm
splash.
on Angelo as well.
What we got left? Cutlass, Vanguard. Mac is engaging with the Cutlass.
Confirmed.
Trying to still stay quite close to get out of everyone's way.
I really don't want to kill Avengers.
Can't seem to. Have I run out of missiles or something?
Killed Saber Ravens, and they've only got 2 months insurance.
I might have done. I guess that's why it's not firing.
Oh, that's great.
Anybody have a rescue boat?
Thank you for the love tap, Steve.
Oh, an asteroid to me.
Please hold them until...
Boarding party. Polaris is ready for boarding.
Did someone need a rescue? Have we got anyone out to rescue anyone?
Yeah, Stang needs rescue.
Okay, anybody
Cover
with
that
two-seater on stand, please.
I can rescue you. You won't be able to do much in the Guardian, but I can rescue you.
Is
Hey,
Polaris
dude,
good
dude,
for
dude.
to engage Polaris.
Fighters, you're free to engage. Polaris is hurt but not down. I'm gonna go get Stang.
Oh, nice.
Copy that.
Gotcha.
All right. Disengaging with the.
There's engaging main target.
Go on, pick him up.
Remember,
Yo,
if you need
Juggernaut,
to back
this
off
is
to,
the Wolf
shield up, do so.
L22, I believe.
Be extra careful engaging the Polaris. Everyone will be in a furball around it.
Yes.
I don't think I have a way of zooming in on it. Oh, I do. Nice, let's see how this goes. Whoa, Jesus, what was that? Is that a piece of a freelancer? Didn't expect to see that at all. You believe Star Citizen has a setting ESP, yeah, extra stick precision. Yeah, I think I already have that up. I think I just need to adjust the curves a little bit in a certain area where it doesn't make it super weird for me when I'm zooming in or when I'm, you know, getting on target. It's either that or I guess just getting better. I don't know which one.
Be extra careful about where your friends are when you're looking at the engines, though.
The entire one side is entirely down.
What are we currently targeting? Engine, is it right, left?
Engines
I believe all engines are down.
Engines are down.
Copy.
Focus on turrets.
Yeah, I was already focusing on engines a bit before I died into it.
One upper turret still alive.
On left shoulder turret.
Oh shit! Suddenly started. I forget they can target me.
Sorry.
This is stationary for you, Stang.
Thank you. Almost there.
There is 17 ships around it and they're aggroing me. Lucky me.
It might be a face.
They must have met
You
you
can smell
before.
fear.
It is a beautiful face.
Yeah, they'll probably tag Nexus as the easiest kill. Want to start with him.
Be interesting to see what this new Kruger ship is.
And Tari's down. The Polaris.
Okay, Stang is on board.
I am out of
I'm
ammo.
not gonna reimburse every one of you, right?
It's alright, you weren't gonna pay me anyway.
Barry's temporarily disengaging.
Left side, left side turret, please.
Copy.
Idris is moving back to re-engage.
Alright, re-engaging myself.
Too bad there are no blueprints for this.
Lower to
For the
turret
javelin.
looks like it's down.
I mean the Polaris.
Pulling off.
Returning to base to Rion.
Left side turret down.
Yep. Focus on the lower one.
Up one down.
The
One more
nose
on
turret
top.
is down. Last turret down.
Turret down.
Focus on the rear and bottom turret.
Copy.
So basically it's defanged Revenant. If you want to use your big boy weapon, you're free to go.
Engaging.
Stay clear.
Yes.
Stay clear unless you want to see the sun up close.
It'll be nice when
Continue hitting it,
Maelstrom's
though.
in and we see this kind of damage more as it was intended to be. So beautiful.
IPOC surgically removing the engines now.
Scalpel.
Hangar got opened.
Nice.
Landing in the hangar.
I don't recommend that because I'm going to be shooting down in the center.
I mean, do what you like.
I mean, you can, I just don't recommend it.
I could, but I do not have an FPS weapon on me currently. There would be no point.
By the way, there is one teeny tiny EDC left. Just kill it.
Oh, on the bottom there?
We have parts missing. Ricona, are those yours?
I think he's part of the ship now.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
Solner was part 2.
I am inside the ship, which has just exploded.
Nice.
I just saw the Polaris, the sort of schematic of it coming into my face.
Ricona needs picking up.
Panic.
I was inside the ship.
Well, there's a surprise.
I'm coming towards the address
Can you
now.
pick your nose?
Mark, I'm drying you up.
Shipmates. You can pick your nose.
Thank you very
pick your
much.
shipmates, but you can't pick
Who
your shipmates'
am I
nose.
going to get in with?
I wondered where that was
You
going.
can take my wolf if you want this in the address.
Thanks for that, Trick. Good strat. Jer is still out, but it is a strat. Better than standing there picking it up. What are we talking about? What is going on in chat? Is carrying a rocket launcher and firing the rocket the moment they get through the door a good strategy if you live in a large capital? If you are in a large... I don't know. I wouldn't say so, because you may do damage to your ship that would probably be not worth it. That's something we need to practice as well, is sort of locking down a ship once we're boarded. We've had it occasionally where, you know, we've heard of a boarder, and our main aim is locking down the bridge, locking down the med bay, and engineering.
Hope you're excited, rookie.
And then sweeping through.
Incoming.
Yo, Zig. Yeah, I'm still living off grid. I will be hopefully jumping in and doing some more recording and living soon. Just got to build that rep. Didn't manage to do it last time because of the flipping bug with that mission, which was a shame. Not with that attitude. It's about sending a message, Arnold. What are we talking about? Sorry.
Quantum drive engaged. Quantum drive.
Ah, the asteroids around Yellow. Am I out of missiles or what? I am. I've used them all. Never mind. Alright, wait for the rest of the fleet to arrive and then we'll push in.
You're in dev chat right now. We're gonna drag you down once we start the mission.
Right, copy. On Wednesday we're doing a bigger op. Similar to this, but I think on a grander scale with probably different ships as well, but yeah. Oh, boom tubing in your own ship. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'd rather take down my own ship than allow them to take it. What if you blocked all the doors with SEU crates and made them take 20 minutes to move them? I mean, you could. You could. I don't know how beneficial that would be, because you'd still have to deal with it. But, you know, for the 99% of the time that you're not boarded, you've got lots of flipping boxes in your way, which could probably be quite annoying. Yo, CZ. Yes, I mean, optimizations are a constant thing that they are working on. A lot of the time, my FPS dips are due to me streaming at the same time, but they're continually optimizing. This year, they have a team called the R&D team. Well, we've had this R&D team for a while. They're the ones that are responsible for taking the clouds to the standard that they are now, the planetary clouds. But their main focus this year is...
this mission is targeted towards fighters, so watch out.
Sounds fun. Yeah, their main objective for the R&D team is optimizing stability, things like that, and that's what they're doing this year. And you can read about it all in the monthly reports as well. A lot of the time, they're doing so many different things in so many areas to improve all that. So long as you log out in a bed, all of your ships stay where you left them. Yeah, technically, it's been a long while since I've had any problem with logging out in a bed. And things generally persist, but there's always a chance right now that it won't. But yeah, it's been a long while since anything like that has happened. Oh god, oh yeah, don't give Binks any more boxes. Big basic goes buzzed. Yeah, I do like the precision mode. It's kind of cool. Not just for the ability to target components and locations of a ship, but for how cool it looks seeing the ships up close. It'll be interesting. I haven't checked out the 4.8 Holo Globe yet for or not Holo Globe, but you know, just MFD and display and whatnot. They've updated it somewhat, haven't they? From what I understand. It's a bit better. It seems to be sitting a bit more to the left. Call your ship's toilet the boom tube. Am I in the right place? Oh yeah, we're just waiting, aren't we, on everyone getting ready.
You are just hold, please.
Yeah, I'm on HOTAS. I use VKB gunfighters. With an Omni throttle on the left. No pedals though, not yet anyway. But one day maybe, if I feel I need them. For me, that's just way too bright with the asteroid light. Wingnut, are you lurking, mate? No worries. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna sort of get in and do a bit more practice with dogfighting. I'm not gonna be, like I said earlier, getting into it too seriously. I will certainly be involved as much as I kind of feel like, even if that is what I would some days feel is too much. It just depends on how I feel. But I think it's beneficial for me now, and as many of the org do, learning a lot of how, you know, it's a bit like going to the effort of finding out what the current meta is now for ships and armors and weapons, just so that we're aware of it, so that when we do end up in a PvP situation, we are at least, you know, not going to be let down by the equipment we're using. And that meta changes to the point it'll get to the point where the meta doesn't really apply as black and white as it does now, but it does apply now. So there's definitely benefits there, especially when we're doing our operations and we end up in situations where a player org might attack. Oh, you have the space throttle and you play playing VR when I'm not doing FPS, and it's absolutely insane. It really is, yeah. It's I've just started getting back into VR again after about a month and a bit not using it. Just life got so busy. But there's a new video coming out soon which is covering all the changes that have happened. mostly in 4.7. I'm assuming there's going to be some 4.8 changes, but I've also got the crystal the crystal light behind me, in fact, to unbox and try and do a comparison between the super and the light, and then also when it becomes available, they'll send out the PIMAX Dream Air to try, and we'll see how we get on with that one as well. But I feel like my PC might not be quite up to the standard of that one. Entwill, how you doing? Welcome. But Star Citizen VR is just otherworldly. It really is.
Go third person and look behind you.
Are we ready, boys? Very nice. You see, I'm the person who stands in front of a bully, and I'm like, yeah, you will walk away. But really, it's because you guys are stood behind me.
Revenant is having small technical issues, so we're holding it till it reaches.
Yeah, good copy. We're ready. Hopefully these issues can get resolved. Look how small I am.
Okay, you're in the right place. Stand by while I deploy your targets.
Look at that. 2 Guardians, 2 F8s, and me and a lonely wolf.
Hostile spotted. Give him what you got.
Got Soldner poking the bear over there. Get his ass over here.
Contact confirmed.
Oh, he's brought him in. Oh, we've got a hammerhead. Hornet. Arrow.
Oh crap. Engage.
Yeah, alright, let's go light fighters, guys. Flipping Soldner. What's happened here? What have I done with my... Okay, I'm moving. Oh, Z, that's why I can't maneuver. Oh, sorry, matey. Might have just tagged you a little bit there.
Please help Barry. Thank you.
Copy. Moving. Woo. I don't know where Barry is, though. I don't see Barry. We've got a location. Oh, spotted. There we go. Came in to help. Way too late. Oh no, that's the hammerhead. Avoid! Alright, I think that's all the light fighters. We've just got hammerhead available now.
Let's go.
We're going after it. Is that what he said? Or did he say hold?
Engage hammerhead with care, thank you.
Copy that. On my way. Stalled the line, yeah. Didn't hold the line, we stalled the line because there are technical issues with with the Idris. I tripped on the clutch, yeah, I don't know what I did there. For some reason it just wasn't moving. I thought I'd turned the power off, but that wasn't it. A bit out of range. The trouble is now we've got to get real close to get in range. Oh boy. Too close, not too flipping close. Take a better approach. we get it? I think we got that turret.
Only top one left.
No, yeah, engaging.
Congrats on completing another part of your
Hey, no
course.
cap ships.
You impressed the other pilots out there today. I'll
Revenant,
see you when
what?
you're ready to continue your training.
Yeah, melt it.
Yeah, these are missions, Zig. No, I don't go through virtual desktop. I use PIMAX Play, their own app, and then OpenXR. Yeah, Squadron is supposed to be fully supporting VR, which is going to be very, very cool. Must get that PC built with all the stuff before Squadron comes. Yeah, you use virtual desktop, don't you, Sandman? You rave about it, saying it's really good. So I don't know what's going on there. Nicely done today, though, guys. It was a very good demonstration and sort of dipping our toes into training with those that know. Don't know what we got planned for Wednesday as such, but we have got quite a lot of training to come. Yeah, PIMAX works great with Star Citizen. Russ, how you doing, by the way? Should I try convincing my friend who has OLED version to install and try? Yes, 1000%. I mean, at the end of the day, it is still experimental mode, right? So there are still things about it that aren't like ideal, but in comparison to where it is, from where it was to where it is now, it is just like he needs to try it. It is mind-blowing playing Star Citizen in VR. So I would certainly say get your friend to try it. You can use OpenXR, so make that the runtime. Just mess around with the per eye res, change your settings. Like I have to run it around medium really with per eye res about 60 to kind of get a decent stable frame rate and whatnot. But it is, you know, the UI is getting a lot of work done to it to make it better. It's getting a lot of updates to how the cursor works and the interactions and things, just making it more on par with what it's like in the game normally. Dancing friends. He doesn't like space games. In all honesty, it doesn't really matter. With Star Citizen being almost an everything game, you know, you've got FPS, you've got sort of simulation, industrial, you've got obviously fighting, racing, driving. If he's a fan of VR, he should absolutely try Star Citizen, because the detail in Star Citizen and how everything feels so beautifully tactile, like it's literally, you know, you could reach out and touch stuff. I honestly think no matter what, whether you like space games or not, if you're into VR, you're going to love how Star Citizen feels. But of course, it doesn't mean he needs to play the whole thing and be, you know, a big Star Citizen player. He should definitely install it and try it. And now with OpenXR, it's a lot easier to get in. So just make sure that your launcher... So yeah, make sure PIMAX Play has, you know, runtime OpenXR. On your launcher, go into the settings, game settings, and you can set enable with VR. He said Squadron will launch with VR at, wasn't it like an interview he did somewhere? Where was he? Was it the esports, Atmo Esports in Australia? They're not holding it back. No, they're not holding back Squadron to get VR working. That's not what's happening. I'm sure some people shouted shit like that just to kind of, you know, cause drama, but that's not what's happening. Yeah, no, it's not going to have co-op. I know back in the day, he sort of said we may have like wingman support where you can drop in, drop out again for Squadron, but they're not doing that now, I don't think. I don't think they've confirmed or denied that officially, but I'm pretty certain that's not going to be the case.
RTB Ryan, we're still solving a problem with the Idris, so you're good to go back.
Okay, I'll come back on board and get a coffee, see if I can help.
Honestly, go directly to Orson. This kind of thing, Kawan.
Oh, okay. What's happened?
So you're not gonna believe this. The Idris is stuck on the carcass of the Polaris.
No, I do believe that. I absolutely believe that.
They're pushing the hotfix, so everything's extremely desyncy.
Okay, fair enough. Give him my luck.
No worries.
We'll send him out. All right, guys. RTB to Orison. It is time to get back home. We have done our job. Good work, everybody. Is that Orison? Pretty sure that's Orison. Oh no, that's a space station. All right, never mind. Typical. Thankfully, we are at the end of the stream anyway. Well, we're not. We're about half an hour from the end, but it's not like, you know, we can keep on doing more and more. It takes time. You're not going to believe this. I'll stop you there. I am going to believe it. It's Star Citizen. There's bound to be problems. That's brilliant.
Quantum drive engaged.
Yes, so as Sandman said.
All new issue.
Quantum
Say that again?
disengaged.
To be fair, this is we discovered a new thing.
What, this problem with the Polaris carcass?
Yeah, it's so funny. So
yeah, Squadron is essentially a story about what's happening in the burst. Well, from about 10 years ago, 2945, I think it was, when the Vanduul, an alien race, the sort of main protagonist in the game, they started attacking a human settlement. Was it Vega 2? And it's about your life as a Navy pilot. And it will be 3 chapters, so it's starting with chapter 1. As Sandman says, A-list Hollywood's, you know, Henry Cavill asked to be in it, and they put him in as one of the characters. And it's 3 chapters. We're getting chapter 1. Later down the line, we'll see chapter 2, chapter 3. But yeah, it's... I think, I mean, obviously we don't know until we see it, but the clips that we've seen of it, I truly think it is going to be the actual first true quadruple A game. We've seen people claim quadruple A games, and it's just like, nah, mate, not at all. Whatever they're pushing doesn't look like a, you know, 4 A's. It's, I wouldn't be surprised if Squadron, even as just a single-player campaign, you know, is, because it looks so detailed. And then the cool thing is, as well, you sort of, you do that, you complete it, and you've got this multiplayer option available as well, which is just, you know, usually you play these single-player games like Elder Scrolls and whatnot, and there isn't a multiplayer option, and then they release one, and it's like, well, it's alright, but it feels like a watered-down version. That's why I never got into the Elder Scrolls Online, because I really like the detail of the single-player stuff, and naturally, when it goes to online, there's a lot of limitations there, and they have to do something, and it just feels a bit watered down. Whereas, as much as Star Citizen will be slightly watered down to Squadron in terms of fidelity, you know, with their assets and characters, it's still extremely high in terms of just general visual fidelity. I don't want to keep using it. Well, the reclaim buttons, you've got default reclaim, which is your ship with just the default weapons and components, not ordnance, and then you've got your insured claim, which is based on your snapshot. So if you go to the effort of stocking your ship with, you know, custom pieces, you then go to the ASOP terminal, you hit the snapshot button.
Okay, looks like we have a space view.
And then that will basically be what you get back when you claim it. It's going to be a lot more expensive, though. I don't know if there's a bigger time limit with it either, but yeah, you don't want to be hitting the wrong one. Yeah, as Wonko says, Starfield is, like, when you look at what Starfield is and you read upon the original vision of what Star Citizen was meant to be, Starfield's basically that. It's the limited... oh, we're actually in decoupled. Let's try this. It's probably going to be a bit smoother than jumping into the Idris. Actually, let's go a bit closer. There we are. You see, I've got some little ability with decoupled. But after very little practice and then jumping into the Idris to try and do it there, it's just like... That wasn't really the plan. Right, I'm signing off, guys. Thank you, Nexus. Big kudos to the org, and thank Berry as well for setting that up. And keep an eye out for Wednesday's event. Say goodbye to Phantom for me as well. Thank you, mate. Just tell Phantom goodbye. I'm going to disappear in his face.
You passed the drip.
Oh, there you go. I didn't pass. I didn't pass that first one. The first one was a nightmare. It was shameful. This landing wasn't so bad, though.
That was good. It was.
Thank you for sorting that out and helping Perry out as well. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, guys. Bye-bye. But yeah, that was a nice sort of introduction to sort of combat stuff, fleet combat stuff. Sort of putting out the basics so those in the org can know where to practice. What's going on here? Cancel. But I thoroughly enjoyed it, and there's so much I need to learn. I do suggest, if anyone's got a link to, is it Min Min on YouTube, their basics, their dogfighting basics video, please do link it. It's the sort of video that you watch, you keep watching, and you start from the beginning and work your way up until you move on. It's a very well formulated video where I think the majority of what they say is very much accurate. I mean, they know a lot more than I do. The only thing I would say is using coupled and decoupled as and when you feel like it, but when it comes to combat, you definitely want to be going decoupled and just practicing. Right, let me just get a coffee. Just need some water. But there is so much to Star Citizen's combat that you really got. There's a lot you can learn now that will help across, even when things change. There's a lot going to change, but there's still plenty to learn now that will benefit you, even when it does change. I think even just getting the basics down, which is something I think I need to really get on with, is just getting the basics. Thank you, Johnny. That's Min Min's video there. Yeah, link that one as well, Volos, by all means. Oh, I'm not going yet. I'm not going yet. We've got 20 minutes yet. I'm getting a coffee and we're going to chill out and chat while I drink my coffee. What am I doing? Turning TOBII off. That's right. Because sure, 4.8 is coming along, and hopefully they can get to wave 1 tonight. That would be nice, especially as I'm holding off on some content to put up. So that would be helpful. But there's with this tactical strike groups, there's plenty to get prepared for that one. Xeno threat, and for those who have no interest in combat, that's fine. You don't have to. It's the same with how the org is set up. Like, for those who are interested in learning about combat, we will try and do these sessions a bit more regularly, but that doesn't mean you have to be. We need people, we need deck crew, we need people on board for helping, with turrets if you don't want to fly, engineers and so forth. My drip check. What's the drip check? Oh, I couldn't believe it going in. Do you know, after doing quite, not a lot, but a little bit of decoupled practice, last night in fact. Oh no, maybe the night before, I can't remember. And then thinking, yeah, I could land on the Idris and decoupled. Let's give it a go. And then the minute you start approaching and the size of the Idris hangar bay is just like, no, this isn't going to go well. Getting into a hangar where it's a bigger, wider space, especially the large hangars, it's not so bad. Yeah, with 4.8, there's a lot that I need some water in there. There's a lot that I want to know in regards to this item loadout thing. Sort of what the limitations will be, because ultimately that's what determines how it's going to feel when we play. And Salvage, you know, it's going to be impacted by it. For the extra drippy outfit wearing a flight suit, the fighter training earned you extra points. Very proud. Oh, you mean like drip? The only reason why I know what drip is because there was a Netflix show about it. Or not Netflix, there was some show called Addicted to Drip. To be fair though, I don't know the lingo, and I don't want to know the lingo. Saying that, yeah, going into 4.8 with these flight suit changes, there's definitely going to be a reason to using flight suits. It might be a case of bringing a flight suit and then putting a different armor set in your locker. You know, like in your cabinets, not your actual flight, you know, suit locker, but in your cabinets, so that we can swap in and out of them, because racing suits will be beneficial the most in terms of G-force resistance. But that's not to say that in a fighter you want to be using one of those, especially if you may be EVAing or engaging in combat. Yo, Bertie, working Adagio Holdings rep for salvaging in 4.8. I think salvaging will be more important when ship repairs are available. Yes, I suppose having RMC on board your ship, your Idris, for example, so that you can use that to resupply, to sort of supply the repairs, is definitely going to be beneficial. But I don't think it's going to be... I mean, it depends on how much you use. Let's say, for example, a Hornet comes in and it's really battered and it needs repairs. How much of the RMC out of the you know, one SEU? Will it be one SEU? Will it be a bit of an SEU? Will it be 3 SEU of RMC? That kind of stuff will be constant. Like what I really love about how Star Citizen is coming together now is, we have a lot of people who, as I say, don't want to dogfight. They don't want to do any form of combat, and Star Citizen caters for that. We, as an org, for even, you know, like we have lots of different activities like this Squadron training. We will be doing the tactical strike group, Xeno threat. We'll be doing more salvaging operations, mining operations, gathering things for crafting our armors and our components in 4.8 as well. There is already something for everyone, regardless of what your preferred profession is. And going into like 4.8 to support the org and to, you know, and maybe even get paid by the org via missions and so forth, scavenging things like our own missions, not set up by CIG, but our own missions of needing ordnance for one thing, maybe needing, you know, ammunition, RMC, fuel. That'll be an interesting one to see how that impacts things like the tactical strike groups and just, you know, general day-to-day gameplay and org events. So even if you are not really into multi-crew stuff or dogfighting, having you as part of the org is equally important, because we need people going out and mining and salvaging and filling up their starfarers with fuel and coming back and supporting the org fleets. I would love to get to a point where we're able to properly pay people to do this. in a way like the jobs board, which is we're utilizing it now. So if, you know, we have an event coming up, we need more ordnance, like tactical strike groups, for example. When that comes along, we want to make sure that we have additional ordnance on board. So gathering that stuff, putting it into the Idris or wherever for resupply. It would be cool to have that mean more. Rather than it being easier just to fly back and get repaired, having it actually feel like it's worth getting refueled, or landing in the hangar and getting repaired, or physically swapping out your missiles and so forth. Like, that would be cool, and having deck crew to do that. So, yeah, with each patch we get, there's definitely an advancement more and more in terms of something for everyone to get involved with. And again, that can either be full-on, you know, multi-crew running around in the same ship together, or on your own in a vulture picking up stuff as you see it. And also using Discord, which I'm grateful to see people already posting, you know, we found, like, salvaging alerts, notifying the salvage division that we found this or we found that, or a mining division. It's just cool to see that. And I've seen people mentioning that they're getting interdicted or killed between certain jump points. It would be great to get in and do the patrols like we've done before. Bricked ships, Jamie. So, what's happening with this item recovery system, which will apply to everything, is we've had tier 0 for player character stuff, which is where you can't loot anyone, their items are saved, and they respawn with it. Tier 1 is, and this will apply to ships, but I'll speak about that in a sec. Tier 1 will be, items can be looted, and players can ensure their clothing and whatnot, and then claim that back. But a looted item, say a looted weapon, will eventually be bricked, which means it is no longer usable. So you can't fire it. And the reason why they have that is to stop duping more than anything. People just, you know, taking all the components out, blowing the ship up, getting the ship back, taking all the components out, blowing the ship, and just having this rinse-repeat option. And it says in the patch notes for 4.8's latest build that after a sort of 5-minute grace period when someone has claimed their ship on insurance, components and the ship will enter an unusable state, being a bricked state. What I'm really hoping, but I don't know what other people feel about this, and I personally don't think this will happen, but what I would love to happen is you come across a ship that's got all bricked components because someone's claimed it on insurance. It's a game rule ship, so you can salvage it. You can take the components out and you know, dismantle them perhaps. But what I would like to be able to do is put components in, new components that you've sourced yourself, and actually get that flyable again. So, for example, I might be like, oh, I've just come across a Saber Raven. Bad example, because I don't think they have physical components. But you've come across a ship that has physical component access, and you swap out those bricked components for actual functioning components, and then you can fly it, and you can store it in your hangar. It's a game rule ship. It's not owned, so you're not going to be turned away by the ATC because you don't own it. You're going to be able to fly it into your hangar, land, and store it in your personal storage, and then bring it out when you want it. That would be cool, but I don't know. When they say components and ship will be bricked, I get the impression that even if you do put in, you know, fresh components, that the ship just won't function. Yeah, absolutely, Phantom. There's so much, and it depends on how you feel. Sometimes I just want a dogfight and I want to get better at it. Sometimes I just want to be on the deck, clearing away mess, putting out fires and so forth. It's so cool. If they introduce warring player factions, it's not a case of them introducing it. It's a case of it already happens. There are factions and gangs that are already, you know, blacklisted by each other as shoot on sight. They are not. It's not about introducing that as a thing. It's about a natural ebb and flow of people's relationships and feelings and sentiments towards each other. The griefing issue isn't really due to that. It's not due to, I guess, people just having nothing to do. That's a part of it, but a lot of it is just due to the reputation system not being fully fleshed out, the NPC security systems, and how NPCs will respond to you, the full ecosystem of combat, and how there needs to be an equal ability to either get away or stand and fight and stop people getting away. It's kind of like, and it's all coming down to player skill. It's that's not really a way to solve an issue like griefing. It's more a case of just highlighting to them, identifying what is actually classed as griefing, because I bet a lot of people would have this idea of what is and what isn't, and the spectrum of that will be broad, and then having these other systems in place to mitigate that. Well, we'll see. There's a lot of things that will, like a lot of systems and mechanics that will go in to reducing the amount of griefing, and a big part of that is giving people something to do rather than just, I'm bored, I'm gonna shoot. Like, reputation is probably one of the biggest factors that will be a part of that, because opportunists will stop just being a nuisance, because it'll have a longer term impact in where they can fly and what they can do. And I bet a lot of the griefers are just opportunists at time, where they're just bored. But again, we're brushing everyone with the same brush here. Someone who chooses to actually grief, whatever that is according to CIG, do so for various reasons. It is not just one reason. It's not just boredom, out of a better term. Bunami, how you doing? Mishko, how you doing as well? Not all the time. It is not just misplaced PvP. Again, it's not black and white. There are many factors that go into why someone would choose to do something that's a dick move. And as CIG state, they don't, in most circumstances, not actual griefing, what they would class as actual griefing, but in most circumstances, they want the game to push back appropriately rather than having to game master anything or pick someone up and move them away or ban them. The game should push back in a natural way that actually discourages that and punishes that, so that they end up having a worse time and they no longer want to do it. But you will always get people who just literally have an account just to be dicks. Full stop. Giving them something to do, like a mission or content, is not going to change anything. They will actively avoid doing things and just be dicks, Having a beef stew on lunch, watching the Gentleman. Has the new series kicked off, or is it the film or the first series? Because I enjoyed the first series. I'm hoping there's second season soon. But hopefully, as the game develops further, we need the social system to be updated before they, that'll have a big impact on when they can start rolling out more of the sort of reputation style mechanics, so that you can always identify if someone is going to be a dick or likely to be a dick or not based on their previous reputation. Let's just skip this music. There we are. Oh, much better one. But yeah, the whole griefing world is such a vast issue that's it's multifaceted, and it's not something that can be resolved with one thing. I know what you're saying about, getting more content for players and so forth, more context for them to put them, to give them something to do. And sure, that would help mitigate it in certain circumstances, but not every circumstance. It's not like the golden ticket. No news on season 2 yet. Nah. Yeah, Guy Ritchie stuff is good. Especially his older stuff. Not that his new stuff is bad by any means. Allsy, welcome. Is it easy to find people to play with on this? Yeah, absolutely. Your best bet, really, if you're not part of an org, but you're more than welcome to join our org, but is, you know, in local chat, just say you're looking. Is anyone looking for a crew member or a turret gunner, or you know, often when I'm playing, I see in chat people are saying I'm taking a mole out. Anyone want to crew it? You know, stuff like that. Using WoW as an example, a Horde rogue that murders players in Stormwind is not griefing. No, absolutely not. There's, like I say, this is the thing about what is griefing and what isn't. And simply just providing content isn't necessarily going to stop any form of griefing. It might mitigate certain ones because the people who are just bored. But that's the thing. I think the biggest problem is we all have a different idea of what griefing is. And so it's ultimately up to CIG to determine that, more so than us. And then they will be the ones that will guide the game in the way that it needs to, you know, counter that as such. Yeah, I'm always seeing people asking. Well, if I'm assuming on a Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, Aussie. Sorry, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday between 2 and 6 BST. If you're in the UK, are you probably working at that time? Because that's when we do some org events at scale while I stream, but also off stream there is plenty of people, you know, engaging with different activities on Discord. So by all means, join up and play along. We do like our meal sims as well. And we are very active. We have a Space Marine division and a Squadron division, depending on what kind of role you want to play. Shield, how you doing? No, absolutely, Bertie. It's funny because the whole griefing thing is not something I enjoy discussing because there's so many different aspects to it, and everyone will be like, well, I think that's griefing, I think that's griefing, that's not griefing. So it never really goes anywhere as the discussion. But, you know, the be-all and end-all is that CIG are aware of issues in these areas, and they're not without a plan on how to tackle it, but a lot of the time they may not want to highlight what they're actively doing to stop actual griefing, because they don't want those doing it to learn a way around it. Oh, exclamation org, Olsey, and exclamation Discord. I mean, by all means, join Discord and just chat away. And see if, you know, you feel like the space is appropriate for what you're after, if you need that. Or just join the Discord, post on Discord, sorry, join the org, exclamation org, post in Discord that you need membership. And this Wednesday, in fact, we're doing some Squadron training, some dogfight training. I don't know exactly what we're doing yet because I don't know if I haven't been informed of the actual plan yet. I'll ask tonight and so I'll see what the plan is. But yeah, we're split into different divisions. We have different people leading those divisions, running training missions and so forth. And as much as we are into Milsim, I mean, for me, I would be as extreme as possible with Milsim. I love it, but I also get it's a game. And it's important to be having fun more so than strict. You know, you've done this wrong, you're banned, or whatever. But at the same time, there's, you know, we take what works in the real world, but we adapt it to Star Citizen, because it's not a complete crossover. Hey, there's thoughts that my namesake clan is related to King Arthur, even though it's probably just a myth. But, you know, they all stem from somewhere. The streamer you were modding and piloting for were stream sniped by being rammed at Orison, and when I reported it, I was basically told you shouldn't have talked about where you were jumping on. Yeah, I mean, that's end of the day. Ramming is at locations like spaceports is griefing. That's classed as griefing. And I, you know, at the end of the day, as a streamer, there's as much as I think it's shitty to watch a stream, to get a location, and to then tackle them, we are always prepared. Because people will do it, regardless of how I feel about it. You know, it doesn't matter. If they need to cheat, then they can cheat. But it's about being prepared. And obviously ramming, you can't really prepare for ramming in an armistice zone. That is griefing, and that is a bannable offence from what I understand. Vega, how you doing? Yeah, risk reward is going to be a big part of it as well. The plan is to kill everyone. Yo, Revolution, as a solo player, is now a good time to get back into Star Citizen. I last played right when Nix came out. Absolutely, there's a lot to do solo. You've got mining missions, salvaging missions. Bearing in mind, some of them you might need ships to progress further, but you've got entry missions for that. Cargo hauling, courier missions, they've been updated. Delivery missions as well. Exploration, you know, sort of stuff is what I mean by that is going out and checking out the locations rather than like traditional exploring, like what the mechanic is going to provide. But yeah, there's a lot to do solo, there's a lot to do as a group. And if you are solo, absolutely jump back in and give it a go, see what you think. Anyway, I need to finish now. Hathor or breaker stations. It is definitely something that we will keep doing from time to time. I don't think we have anything planned right now, but I do like Hathor, and these breaker stations are cool, so we will certainly be revisiting them. But yeah, I don't know when that'll happen. You need to join one of the org events. You were stuck in Thailand. You're back home now, are you? You haven't found a better way to make money than solo mining. Hauling can help, but I guess it depends on how good of a miner you are, really. No, I didn't, yo, Snipey. I didn't fly any of the sneaky, you know, the accidentally left in ships. I haven't tried them myself. Yeah, grinding blueprints is a fun one. Wait, insurance covers weapons stored in weapon racks. Claiming a ship will bring any copy of the weapons. Is that true? Have we just got confirmation on that, APOC? Have you just tried that? That's brilliant. Does it include things in cabinets? Oh, very nice. Oh, that's wonderful news. So is that part of how much you pay out then? Oh, I'm glad that that's part of it. You got several very excited DMs. Yeah, keep these posts coming up on Discord and the Evocati notes. I love to see that stuff, and it also helps me with videos as well, because I can throw out some of those bits as information that, you know, people won't know unless they've tested it. So it does affect cost. Nice. So cabinets and cargo grids don't get affected. Okay, just like dedicated lockers. I guess it's gearing up to, you know, armor lockers as well, but not yet. Hathor event sites. I like that. Anyway, I'll be ending now. Latest information is new 4.8 PTU release later today, and if all goes well, if it validates, they will open to Wave 1, which means no more NDA, sharing our experiences visually, and a whole new group of backers coming in. And I'm sure it won't last in Wave 1 for long. They will push it out to further waves quite quickly after that. They tend to do that these days. Get it out to Wave 1. As soon as it hits Wave 1, you're almost talking every other patch or every patch from there on. It's pushing through another waves. 4.8 is bringing some pros and cons. Definitely more pros than cons, because it's pushing in the right direction, but there are some limitations coming with this item recovery, which are temporary. When Tier 2 item recovery comes along, it'll be, you know... No! What? Oh, no, wait! I did get an email, I think. Have they done it? I have added a lifetime subscription for your channel to stream elements. Thank you, Twitch. Oh, lovely. We have the bot properly working. Thank you, Twitch. See what's working and what's not working. Look at that. Beautiful. Thank you, Sandman, as well. As always, mate. Right. Yeah, you were a bit of a torpedo. It's hard to say that, though. A portibo. A torpedo. No, I can't do it. I knew when it was mentioned for the first time it was going to be a struggle, and I'll just embarrass myself. All right, let me pass the stream on to Detox. Patrolling in the old Anvil Gladiator. Does Detox patrol the verse as well, then? We should definitely do more of that for our Squadron training, because that is true PvP, and I think we can use the bad guys that we come across as training practice. He does all kinds of stuff. Where we could be like, right, here's a bounty. Instead of all of us just going, brrr, we could be like, you two go out and see if you can handle it. And we'll sit back and watch. And then, depending on what happens, calling in backup. I think that might be a cool way of doing it. We'll be doing this too in a hurricane soon with a friend. You doing it as well? What, patrolling? I would love to see that more, you know? Of us good guys patrolling the org, bumping into each other and asking about if they've seen anything. I remember, who was it? I can't remember who it was. I think they're a member of the org. Either way, they're a member of the community. As we were doing our patrol, I was at a space station just flying around, and they were coming in, hauling, coming into land, and they popped in chat, and I just said, you know, have you seen anything? What's happening? Anything going on around? Like, this is the way to fight back against actual pirates, people causing problems, is by having a presence that makes it hard for them to do so. And a big presence as well, where it's not like giving them a lot of fun to fight. It's a, you don't stand a chance, kind of, let's annihilate you, and every time we bump into you, and you won't enjoy it. You gotta get better. I mean, I'm smack talking, and I'm terrible at dogfighting. So, like I say, I'm like that kid at the playground who's got a bunch of bigger friends behind him. It's not a good look. Anyway, I will be back on Wednesday. Big org event again. Practicing the Squadron stuff again. You're more than welcome to join in if you're part of the org and get some practice in yourselves. If you're not interested in actual dogfighting, we do need crew, we do need assistance and so forth, so you're more than welcome to come in as a turret gunner or deck crew or whatever. Appreciate you guys just as much. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Oh boy, got to get going. Countdown's coming along. This is my end screen. Enjoy Detox's stream, and I will see you all very, very soon. Bye-bye.